don't say good day to you this day of your time. How are you all? All right. All right, thank you. Once again, we express our deepest gratitude and appreciation to each and every one of you individually and all of you together collectively for the co-creation of this interaction and the allowance of this transmission at this time. We would, speaking of allowance, like to begin this transmission on the subject of allowance and explain a formula by which you can maximize the synchronicity in your life by using allowance in a very specific way. We call this, at least for now, the AAA formula. No, not your Automobile Association of America, no. But the idea as follows. Many people on your planet, when they begin to experience more synchronicity, when they begin to attract and manifest in their lives something that they need, something that is representative and reflective of their preference, of their joy, of their excitement, will often look at the idea very briefly and suddenly and instantaneously and immediately go, but what else is there? Is there more? Let's get more. Let's expand it. Now, the idea is that you need to be in the present with anything that manifests as best as you possibly can. And by experiencing a manifestation of something that you prefer and immediately looking for what else you can get, what else you can manifest, how much more you can attract, you're actually kind of missing the point. Because when you manifest, it is simply the act of arriving at a frequency, creating a frequency within yourself that allows something that has already always been here to simply become visible to you. When you talk about the idea of attraction, you're never actually attracting something from somewhere else to where you are. Everything that you can possibly need, anything that is relevant in your lives is already right here with you, because there is only here. There is only now. Therefore, everything that you will need in your life is here right now. It may not be visible to you right now. It may not seem to physically manifest right now because it may not be the appropriate timing for it. But if you allow it to manifest in the way it was designed to manifest automatically and synchronistically, then you will see that it will manifest if it is relevant and necessary in your life for something that you truly need, something that is truly your preference. It will manifest in the perfect timing. But the way you go about this and allowing this to happen in the most magnified and accelerated way is by using this AAA formula. And the AAA stands for acknowledge, appreciate, and then allow. And it goes something like this. When you have manifested something that is reflective of your joy, your excitement, your preference, stop. Don't ask for more. Don't look for more. Don't at that moment attempt to expand or increase it, saying, what else can it be? Can I have this much more? Can I go here? Can I do that? Can it be bigger? Can it be other than this? Stop. Take a moment and allow yourself to acknowledge what you have just been given. Take that moment. It's very important. It's absolutely crucial because it will bring you back into the present. It will keep you in the now moment to acknowledge what just happened, what you have just manifested, that you have just allowed yourself to create a vibrational frequency within your being that now matches that thing and allows that thing to become visible to you. That's what manifestation is. So take that moment, take that pause, and acknowledge what just happened. Don't rush ahead. Don't look for more. Don't be on about the business of looking into the future to see what else you can get. Stop. Take a moment and acknowledge what just happened. Then, when you have acknowledged the manifestation that has just occurred, that is in the direction of your preference, it may not be all of it all at once, but if it's in the direction of your preference, after you have acknowledged that that is so, it's a recognition that something has just happened, an acknowledgement. And once you recognize it, then take the next moment and appreciate it. Appreciate what you now have as fully as you can. Go into a state of gratitude, into a state of grace, into a state of deep appreciation for what you now are experiencing. Again, this keeps you in the moment, and it not only keeps you in the moment, it adds energy to the entire process that is very, very powerful, because appreciation is a very powerful energy. It is a state of grace. It is a state not only of acknowledgement, but recognition, and also the ability to allow that energy to start really expanding into all areas of your life. Because what you're doing is you are appreciating not only that manifestation, but yourself as well. And as you appreciate yourself and you become equal to that manifestation through appreciation, it starts to expand and go into every facet of your life. And that is when you then can allow whatever else needs to manifest more synchronistically, in a more accelerated way, allowing you to experience growth and change in a positive and constructive and exciting way in a much, much more accelerated fashion. So please remember the 3 A's: acknowledge, appreciate, and then allow what needs to happen to happen. You don't need to force it to happen. You don't need to manipulate your reality. You don't need to make it happen in any way, shape, or form. Once you have acknowledged what just happened, and once you appreciate as fully as you can what you now have experienced, then all you need to do is allow those 2 factors to work for you. Allow their energy to expand and increase, and allow what the next thing is that needs to happen to happen. It may not always be what you think, but it will always be what you need. It may not always be what you want, but it will always be what you need. And if you understand that it is always what is truly relevant for you, truly what you need, truly representative of your high vibration of acknowledgement and appreciation, then you can know with absolute certainty that whatever the next manifestation is exactly what it needs to be to take you to the next level, to accelerate your life in the most positive way, to bring you the next opportunity and experience and challenge in your life that will allow you to open more doors and experience more and more and more of who you truly are, which is the entire point of this life. That's your purpose, to experience more and more and more, to remember more and more and more of who you truly are. And through this 3-part mechanism of acknowledging and appreciating and allowing, without manipulating, without making it work, without forcing it, just relaxing into that energy and really feeling it as fully as you can, then you will see a marked increase in synchronicity, a marked acceleration of manifestation, and you will start to fall into this idea. It will become first nature for when anything manifests for you to stop and live in it. Live in that moment. Don't be in a hurry to get anywhere else. Don't be in a hurry to have more than what you've just manifested. Whatever needs to come will come. And again, it will come in the most accelerated and synchronistic way if you just sit with what you have just manifested, because one step leads to the next, and it already knows how to do that. You don't need to help it. Just let it do its job. Let the mechanism work. That's how it works. It always works. It automatically works. This is just physics we're talking about here, but we are illuminating a specific way to approach allowance with the other 2 qualities of acknowledgement and appreciation that will amp it up and magnify it and shoot it off into your life just like a rocket. And things will start to explode and become ecstatic more and more and more and more if, of course, you believe you can handle that much ecstasy, that much synchronicity, that much joy in your lives. For if you find yourself then balking at the acceleration, balking at the amplification, again, stop. And at that moment, acknowledge what it is that's happening and appreciate what it is that's happening, even if it's not exactly what you believe you prefer, because it is there for a reason, for you to investigate why you are reacting the way you are reacting. Get in touch with whatever belief system is generating that particular reaction. Find out what it is consciously, and when you believe it doesn't serve you anymore, to let it go and add that energy to your joy and your excitement to increase and amplify and magnify that acceleration, and allow yourself to continue along that path of manifesting your dreams, manifesting your true self, manifesting your preferred reality. Does this make sense to you? Yes. All right. So please remember to use that three-part formula. Take your time. Allow yourself to live in the now moment. Really, really experience acknowledging what you already have. Please appreciate what you already have. And then just allow what else needs to come to come. It will. Guaranteed. So, in return for the gift you are giving us of allowing us to experience you in this way at this time, I ask, how may we continue to be of service to you with your questions and dialogue? Please begin however you prefer.
Hello.
And to you, good day.
Hello, Bashar. It's a pleasure.
Yes. We also derive pleasure from our interactions with each and every one of you.
Yeah, I'm starting to understand that pleasure is a great focus.
Yes.
And I want to talk about a couple of things.
Yes.
One is what you just addressed, and the word surrender that comes to mind.
Yes. Surrender is actually allowing control, because you're already in control. When you believe you have to make things happen, force things happen instead of allowing them to, you actually believe you are not in control, that things won't work automatically, that your life is out of balance. But when you surrender, you are actually giving over to the fact that things are already perfectly under control.
Yes. And the conscious surrender or deliberate surrender.
Yes.
The focus, I feel like I still want to keep some control. So
You have control.
Right.
That's what we're saying.
So to place my focus on the thing, like the 3 A's, basically what you talked about,
yes.
on acknowledging, on appreciating,
yes.
on allowing,
yes.
gives me a sense of control that I can
yes.
focus on something.
That's why we designed it that way, because we understand what your physical mind wants. And therefore, by giving it the steering wheel it thinks it has, it will allow you to relax into truly allowing the real control to automatically work, while the physical mind's ego is going, oh yes, I'm driving the car. But what it doesn't know is that steering wheel isn't really connected to anything. That's
analogy.
why we create these permission slips. Many times we create these permission slips not necessarily because the permission slip itself is necessary for the thing to work, but so that it occupies your physical mind so that you can allow things to work.
Okay, perfect. So occupying the physical mind, I feel like I've accepted a long time ago I have what I say is a big ego, and I like to think about things and I like to focus. So it's important for me to give my mind something to chew on that actually feels good.
Yes, yes, yes.
So I want to talk about the concept of masterminding, which I don't know if it has been addressed with you directly, but it's something that I've spent quite a bit of time focusing on.
Define.
Yes. So masterminding, in my definition, is 2 or more people coming together, physical beings typically, coming together with a specific enough focus so that they amplify this focus with interacting with each other and tuning to the higher, whatever you want to call it. So tuning.
All right.
So
we would refer to that simply as synchronicity, because that's what automatically happens in synchronicity. The people that need to be with each other automatically find each other on whatever vibrational level they need to exist for each other, reflecting to each other whatever they need to reflect to magnify and amplify their opportunity to discover more and more of who they are for whatever kind of focus that needs to actually have. But that happens all automatically by giving over and surrendering to synchronicity.
Absolutely, that happens automatically. I've found it very powerful to participate and facilitate groups where the intention is set by me.
Yes.
And then the people that resonate join, and there's already this commonality that's been created because it's been called together.
It doesn't really matter what technique you use.
Okay.
If it works for you, then it works for you. All these things are permission slips. You understand permission slips?
Yes.
Every tool, every technique, every ritual, every object is a permission slip.
And I appreciate you describing that there is no right permission slip, because it just opens up the world from these esoteric...
There is a right permission slip for you at that moment. If that's what works for you, that's what's right. Tomorrow, it may not be right.
Right. So then what I'm experiencing now is this greater level of, again, the word surrender, because permission slips in my life tend to change very, very quickly.
All right.
It requires a high level of awareness, and I'm pregnant.
Oh, all right. Congratulations.
Thank you. I've already had twins, and I had an amazing birth, and now I'm in this process again with one baby, and it just, what I call, places me on my knees. It's a greater level of surrender than I've ever imagined or thought I wanted, maybe, and it's beautiful.
Wait until the child is born.
Yeah, well, I know how that goes. So I'm curious about why pregnancy has this energy, if there is something particularly useful or important about this process.
Because remember that the child at this moment is not a child. You are enveloped by a larger being. You are in agreement with a larger being that knows exactly who you are. And thus, by surrendering to that process, you are allowing that being to tell you the true story of you. That's what pregnancy is. You are allowing that story to grow within you, to become a participant in a new story, a new perspective of you that the greater being who will become your child is actually telling you through this process about who you actually are, what your agreements are that you have made with each other. And by allowing that to come to term, you will then be living in that story if you have been paying attention to what you are being told during the pregnancy.
Yeah.
If you surrender to the wisdom of that being.
That's beautiful.
Yes, it is.
So this is more of a curiosity. Why is it that in our society, at this time anyway, only women are pregnant and bearing children?
Why is it that way?
Yeah. Why not both genders?
Because it gave you an opportunity to experience certain things about polarity that go hand in hand with the Earth story. Whereas there are other stories in other civilizations where there are other kinds of genders and where others may experience the idea of birth in different ways. But this is the Earth story, and it has to do a lot with the idea of polarizing yourselves so strongly that it requires true commitment to balance yourselves and find the balance within each of you. Do you understand?
Yes, that holds a great deal of meaning for me.
Now, there is more to it than that, which we will go into at a later time. But for now, that's the simple answer.
So now I want to tie the two questions together.
Yes.
So this beautiful experience that I feel like I'm embracing at a deeper and deeper sense of being enveloped, like you said, with a being and a new story.
Yes.
How else can I have it in my life? And one way that I found is masterminding, but what other permission slips or ways that we could have in our lives where we experience?
Well, as we have said, as far as we know from our own experience, there is only one necessary formula. Acting at every moment on the thing that contains more excitement than anything else, to the best of your ability, taking it as far as you can until you can take it no further, with absolutely zero insistence or assumption as to what the outcome ought to be. Period. By following that formula, you open up the complete kit of excitement, which is the driving engine of your life, the organizing principle through synchronicity in your life, the path of least resistance, the path that connects to all other expressions of your excitement. It's the thing that supports you in any way you need to be supported. It is the reflective mirror that reveals to you anything within your consciousness that may be out of alignment with the excitement so that you can identify it and let it go and add that energy to your excitement. And it absolutely leaves nothing relevant out. So when you act on the three-part formula, then the kit is activated and everything works automatically. And as far as we are concerned, from that point forward, whatever situation or circumstance comes up, you have the opportunity to identify it either in a positive or a negative way. And therefore, it's all about, from that point forward, paying attention to your definitions and creating definitions that work for you instead of buying into definitions that don't. That's it. A to Z. That's all you need.
So what else are we doing here?
Good question.
Do you have anything else for me?
If I did, I would tell you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Greetings, Bashar.
And to you, good day.
I was going to ask you if you could give me a tip on identifying negative beliefs. I seem to be having a...
All right, well, that's easily done. If you are having or are aware of the fact that you have a negative belief, then identifying it simply is the process of acknowledging it and actually amplifying it and asking the question, what am I absolutely terrified might happen if I actually became who I prefer to be? What's the answer?
What am I terrified of?
Yes, what are you afraid will happen if you allow yourself to move forward in the way that you would prefer to?
Well, see, that's why I don't understand. That's why I seem to be confused, because I know all the stuff.
No,
basically.
you don't, obviously.
Well, I know that it's...
You have an intellectual comprehension of it, but to know something means it's in your behavior.
Right.
Knowledge and behavior are synonymous. If I asked you to walk across the room, you wouldn't hesitate. You would just walk because you know how to do that. That's in your behavior. That's what you know you are capable of. If it's not in your behavior, you don't know it. You just have an intellectual comprehension of it.
Okay, so how can I instill
let's
that?
go back to the idea. I'll ask the question in a different way. Are you acting on your highest excitement every moment that you possibly can with zero insistence on a particular outcome? Yes or no?
Yes, except for when I'm not.
All right. You don't have to be clever about it, because obviously we wouldn't be having this conversation if the answer was yes all the time, correct?
Right, well, that's what I'm saying.
Therefore, when I asked you if you were doing that, you could say not all the time.
Right.
And that's what we're addressing. Yes?
Yes.
So can you give us an example of a time when you're not?
When I'm not acting on my highest joy, when I'm fighting with somebody or...
Why are you
having
fighting?
Problems. That's the whole thing, is I don't even know. It seems
Oh,
like
come on.
It seems like I create problems.
Yes.
And then later I can't even figure out
What
why.
are you afraid of will happen? What are you afraid will happen? The moment that you start fighting, you're afraid of something. You're afraid you won't get something that you need.
Somebody, losing
Losing something, all right. Is that the fear?
Yeah, I think so, maybe.
All right. So why are you afraid you will lose something?
I don't know.
Yes, you do. Of course you do. What will happen if in your mind something is lost? And can you be more specific about what it is you're afraid of losing?
Well, I was just thinking of having a fight with my girlfriend
All
over
right.
the craziest, stupidest stuff.
Yes, but you understand that the reason it's, in your words, the craziest, stupidest stuff is because you're still focused on the surface. And you get triggered by simple things because there's a deeper issue, there's a deeper fear.
Right.
Many times when people on your planet fight, they're not actually fighting about the things they're fighting about. Those are just surface excuses to let people know that there is something deeper going on within you that you're afraid to look at. But when you are not afraid to look at it and bring it to the surface, then you can deal with the real issue. So what's the real issue? What are you really afraid of? When suddenly you feel that you're triggered and that your response has to be that you're fighting, what are you really deeply afraid will happen?
Honestly, I don't know. That's
Yes,
why I'm
yes, you
coming
do.
to you,
You do,
hoping
you
you can
do, you
get
do.
it out of me.
You do. All right. Well, we'll pull harder if you want us to.
Yeah, I mean, I'm here for. I want real
understand.
solutions. I'm
I
not just beating
understand.
around.
I understand. But it's not so much that you want solutions. What you need are processes.
Okay.
And again, the idea is you need honest self-investigation, first and foremost. You have to be willing to dig down deep and not be afraid to be afraid. That's the first step. It has to be okay that you're afraid. You can't gloss it over. You can't be in denial about it. You may have a negative belief system that actually generates extremely deep fear within you. And you have to dig down and find out what this is. You can't be afraid to be afraid. You can't be afraid to find it. But I will tell you a little secret.
Okay.
When people find that they have this so-called deep fear and they say, well, I just don't know what it is, it's generally because they have a belief, probably an unconscious belief, that if they actually did dig down and find out what it is, they're afraid that they might discover that it's actually true.
Right.
Do you understand?
Yeah.
That you'll discover something truly negative about yourself that is absolutely the truth. That you are either unworthy, undeserving, inconsequential. Do you understand?
Yeah.
And it is usually those issues that people on your planet avoid looking at because they are afraid that if they look at that, they will realize it is true. The secret is it can never be true. Ever. You can create the illusion and the experience that it's true, but it can never be true that you are unworthy. It can never be true that you are undeserving of joy. It can never, ever, ever be true that you don't belong. Never. It can never be true that you have nothing to give. It can never be true. Because if it was true, you wouldn't exist. Because creation doesn't make mistakes. Do you follow me so far?
Yes.
So, what's the difference? Let me ask the question this way. Maybe this will provide a little bit of illumination for you. You say there are times when you feel that you are capable of acting on your excitement and none of the fears are triggered. Yes?
Yes.
So the question is, what difference are you making between the times when that is true and the times that it's not? What difference are you making in the different circumstances? How are you defining this circumstance as so different from this one that you can experience joy here but fear here? What's your definitional difference in those circumstances? That's the question to ask yourself when you feel that, when you start to feel triggered. How am I defining this circumstance as being different than the one where I experience joy and I'm not reacting negatively to it? How am I seeing these things differently? That's what you need to explore. That's the process you need to go through to find out what your definition is that's generating the fear and generating the anger and triggering you to fight.
Okay.
Make sense?
Yes.
Now, you don't have to answer that right here and right now if you don't wish to, but you can. It's up to you.
Well, I think that maybe was the challenge, or what I was looking at as being a problem was not seeing it that way. I didn't actually ever look at it as the difference between when I was acting on my joy and when I wasn't, and looking at the difference. I was always just trying to figure out what negative belief do I have that is tripping me up.
But this is a way to find out what the negative belief is by making a comparative difference. Because obviously, if you are experiencing your joy, you have a very different definition about your relationship to that circumstance than you have about your relationship to this circumstance. Yes?
Yes.
So if you can find out what the difference in your definition is, you will find the negative belief.
Okay.
Yes?
Yes. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you, Bashar.
Anything
Appreciate
else?
it. No, I think that's it.
All right, so go ahead and have fun. But the idea also is listen to how you speak. I'm not saying you have to walk on eggshells with your language, but very often you will find that your negative definitions will actually automatically come out in your speech.
Yeah.
Because when you say, I have a problem,
Right.
well, what can you do with a problem? Nothing. But if you say, well, I have an opportunity here, I have a challenge here, then you're back in charge. You can do something about that in a positive way, yes?
Yes.
So pay attention to the fact that you're automatically giving certain kinds of definitions to situations and circumstances and your relationship to them that don't necessarily serve you in the most positive way. So pay attention to how you're framing things and use the process of understanding the difference in your relationship to different situations. The negative belief will reveal itself if you're willing to hear the answer.
All right.
All right?
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Hey. Okay.
And do you good day.
Of course. Good evening. Okay. So, my question, you speak about allowing.
Yes.
I have a lot of passions, joy.
Speak up so that all may hear what you have to share.
That's a problem I have. Okay.
It's a what?
A problem. Yes.
It's a what?
No. It's an opportunity
Thank
I have.
you.
Okay.
You were paying attention to the last interaction, yes?
Yes, this is correct. All right. So in relation to health, vitality,
Yes.
for myself, I struggle.
You what?
Yeah, it's a struggle.
All right.
It definitely, absolutely.
If that's your honest experience.
Yeah.
All right.
Absolutely.
All right.
So I have fevers that will sometimes last an hour, sometimes a day, sometimes a few months.
Yes.
And they will come and go in waves. And
All right. So what are you not acting on that's representative of your excitement?
this is, I think my problem is that quite
Your
often.
what? Sorry, we're selectively deaf now.
It is.
Your challenge is?
It is a challenge, an absolute challenge, overbearing challenge at times.
Overbearing challenge.
Yes, this is
Very
true.
creative of you. I won't use the word problem. I'll turn it into an overbearing challenge. It doesn't matter what words you use. We can still feel the energy that you're calling a problem.
Feel it out, okay? And I often
Yes.
feel that.
Do you understand that as you expand your consciousness, the idea is that you are getting higher frequency energies starting to come through you, but if you don't flow them
Right.
with your expression of creativity and excitement, then they build up within you. But at the same time, it may also simply be part of the process, I'll just put it this way, of burning out old ideas, opening up blockages within your channels. It may simply be part of the process of getting used to handling higher frequency energies, and it may be revealing to you how many different kinds of ideas you have that aren't necessarily in alignment with who you truly are.
Okay, so
Yes?
I'm just trying to tie that all in. So if I
All
have
right.
the dreams and the passions, but then if like I wake up and I'm like, oh, it's one of those days where I don't feel well now, so I can't go do this, that, and yeah, just
Does it only express itself as a fever?
it can be my stomach. I don't know if it's food or what the influences are, and nothing and no one are like, it's just
All right. So
mystery.
again, we will ask the question. Are you afraid to move forward? Because you are afraid that
I'm afraid
something
not
bad will
to.
happen?
I'm afraid not to.
But obviously not enough.
Apparently.
So, can you be honest enough to know what it is that you are afraid of in terms of moving forward? Do you simply have contradictory belief systems within you that are connected to things they don't need to be connected to, that says that if I do this, then this will happen? Do you want us to take another approach here?
Yeah.
To make it a little
please.
bit clearer?
Yeah.
All right. Well, let's choose something specific in your life.
Okay.
Is there something that you would love to be doing that you're not doing as fully as you would love to be doing it, or at all?
Absolutely. Travel.
And that would be what?
Traveling.
Traveling. Any particular places?
The world, cultures, people, places, nature, animals.
And you are not doing it because of what reasons?
Financially.
I see. That's usually number one for all of you.
Usually, right? I'm close, but not where I wanna
However,
be.
you've heard us talk about the real definition of abundance, yes?
Yes, the ability to do what you want to do.
No.
No.
One more time. The ability,
To do.
what you need
I
to
don't know.
do when you need to do it.
Yes.
Not what you want to do, what you
Right.
need to do.
Need. Okay.
So the idea is, if you understand that definition of abundance, then why would you be so focused on needing finances in order to live your dream? I'm not saying they can't come, but why make that the focus as if there's no other way it could happen? Why? Why make that assumption? Why limit the ways in which support and abundance could come to you to allow you the opportunity to live your dream? Why limit it by focusing on only one form of abundance and insisting that that must be the form or nothing else can happen? You're shutting the door to all the other forms in which abundance could come. Why?
I don't know why.
Sure you do.
I would love
Sure
to.
you do. Sure you do.
Consciously
Sure you do.
know why.
But you do. You
do.
have been raised to have a definition of abundance that's limited.
Right.
Period. It's as simple as that. Are you willing to believe that the definition of abundance can be as expanded as we're suggesting? Are you
Yes,
willing?
Absolutely.
Are you
Absolutely.
sure?
Absolutely.
Then when will you start traveling? When will you take some action in the direction? Whether it manifests or not is not the point. Whether it comes to fruition or not is not the point. The point is, when will you take whatever action you can take in your present circumstances that is in the direction of what you say is representative of your highest joy?
I feel like I've done that and ended up in debt.
That's because of your focus, though. Don't you understand? It's a self-fulfilling prophecy. You have proved to yourself that your belief is correct,
Right.
but you have to completely abandon that belief in order to have a completely different experience. If you have a belief that finances is really the only way, and you make a move in the direction of your excitement, but still bring that belief with you, it's going to bring you into the circumstance that is the result of carrying that belief, which is, because it's so important to have finances, you will find yourself without them. Do you understand?
Yeah.
You are creating a kind of a ricochet effect, a reflective effect, a self-fulfilling prophecy effect by making that belief so important. And then by acting on it, but believing that if it doesn't go a certain way, you see, here's where the insistence comes in. Here's where the expectation comes in. Then you create exactly the opposite effect. Because it's showing you that you're carrying the wrong baggage. You're carrying the wrong belief. It doesn't work for you.
How do I begin actually shifting that though?
Well, again, you have to examine with real honesty whether or not you truly are willing to buy into the idea that abundance can come in many forms and that you will be supported however you need to be supported, and that may not always be through money. What if money is not the path of least resistance all the time? What if money slows down the process? Would you insist on it then? If someone came along and said, I'm going to give you a free trip around the world, would you say, no, I've got to get the money first?
Absolutely not.
But that's what you're saying. Do you understand? You just said, no, I would never say that. But that's what you're saying. You follow me? When you actually understand what you're doing by insisting on the money, then you understand that that's actually what you're telling the universe. No free trips, please. No other form of abundance, please. Gotta
Right.
have this first.
Okay.
You understand? That's what you're actually saying. So, is that what you prefer to say?
No.
All right. Are you sure?
Yeah.
All right. So, are you willing to believe? Are you willing to know that you, yes, little you, is worthy of all the total unconditional support the universe has to offer? Are you willing to believe you deserve that?
Willing? Yes.
Do you believe that you deserve it?
I'll have to work on that.
Thank you for your honesty.
Yeah.
What is preventing you from believing that you deserve what the universe is giving you all the time anyway? Because understand, it's actually supporting you all the time. It's just that you're telling it to support you in a negative belief. So it says, okay, I will reinforce the negative belief that you're choosing to buy into.
Right.
That you don't deserve abundance in this way. I'll support you. That's the paradox. The very fact that your reality is supported in the negative is proof that you're being supported. So why not be supported in the positive?
Right.
Why not? It's the same mechanism, but you're the one with your belief system that is insisting that the way you will be supported is not the way you prefer to be supported. Yet you're insisting on it by holding on to beliefs, and those are the only things the universe has to work with. Mm-hmm. You're the one deciding the filter through which it reaches you. It supports you. I want you to support me through this negative belief rather than this positive one. That's what you're saying. Doesn't make sense, does it? Mm-mm. So is that something that you believe you can change within yourself?
Yeah.
Because there's nothing really special or more special, or shall we say more likely about the negative belief than there is about the positive one. Is there? Or do you have a belief that there is?
No, I don't.
Because you see, that is one of the tools that the negative belief uses to trick you into remaining with the negative belief. It will attempt to convince you that there is more difficulty in buying into a positive belief than remaining with the negative one that you're already familiar with. Don't you like it here? It's nice and comfy. I know it's not exactly what you prefer, but you know, you're used to it. And, oh, it's a big scary world out there, and who knows what'll happen, so why not just stay here with us?
So, in relation to the health aspect, though, because it's like what comes first, the chicken or the egg? Because when you're in a
The
state,
energy comes first. Your physical health is always representative of your energy state over time. Mm-hmm. So the idea is that when you allow yourself to stop blocking the energy, you will probably not experience the fevers in the same way because you will have allowed the energy to flow through you instead of blocking up within you and building up heat. Mm-hmm. Do you understand?
Yeah.
So flow. Go with the flow. Go with your flow. Follow the current by relaxing in the stream. If you're actually relaxing and surrendering to the flow of creation's stream, you don't have to swim. You just have to float. Mm-hmm. Doesn't mean you don't take action. I'm not saying just be lazy. It's not what we're saying. But if you go with the current, it will guide you unerringly to where you need to be. And you don't have to insist on where that should be because you will be where you need to be. And it will be perfect for you at that moment and every moment. Mm-hmm. Let this sink in. At whatever rate you are comfortable, whatever pace you are comfortable, allowing it to sink in. But I guarantee that when you do, it will work for you just as easily as it works for you now in the negative. It will work for you in the positive just as easily.
Okay, thank you.
Because creation doesn't discriminate between those. It doesn't discriminate between the polarities. Both are valid in the eyes of creation. So if you say, negative belief, yes sirree. Creation says, okie dokie, I'll back you up. But when you say positive belief, absolutely ma'am, creation says, okie dokie, I'm on your team. Because it doesn't care what you choose, because everything is valid in the eyes of creation. You're the one that gets to decide. That's your power. Do you understand? No. That's how powerful you are, all of you. You get to decide. You get to make the choice. That's your power. Yes?
Yes. Yes.
Does that help you?
Yeah. I'll have to re-listen to all this and
if you insist,
do the work, of course.
Then thank you.
Thank you.
Hi.
And to you, good day.
How are you?
Perfect, and you?
Great, thank you.
All right.
Glad to be here.
Speak up, speak up.
Okay. I have a question regarding Cyrus.
Regarding
Cyrus.
Cyrus? Do you mean Sirius or Osiris?
Cyrus, he's, well, I can call him by his Persian name, Kurosh.
You must identify this. It is not translating on our side. Remember that we're not speaking your language. We are simply sending thoughts that are being translated into your language, and whatever you say is translated back to us. But if it doesn't make sense within the vocabulary of the channel, then no definition comes through on our side. The channel is functioning like a translation device. So you need to provide a definition of something that is not within the channel's vocabulary for us to understand the concept.
Well, he's a person. He's an ancient empire, ruled an ancient empire in Persia back in Cyrus the Great.
All right, thank you. Now we understand.
Right.
And so what about that individual?
Is it appropriate to ask about him?
Well, let's find out.
Okay.
Maybe Cyrus will object. We don't know.
Okay. So that's my
What
question.
do you wish to know?
Well, I'd like to know more about him.
Well, why don't you do your research?
Well, I have done research. But
All right, and so you feel that you have found everything that can be found?
no.
Well, then what are you asking us for?
Well, I'd like to find out about his message and what is his message and how can we expand on his message.
What message do you imagine he has?
Well, are you familiar with him? Let me ask that.
Again, not in the way that you are, no. So what message do you imagine he has? And then we may understand the direction that you're going in.
Well, he was the first person that I guess brought the human rights and wrote the human rights.
That is not true.
No?
No.
Do you know more about him?
There were many civilizations on your planet that brought up the idea of human rights. One of the first being the Atlantean civilization, many thousands of years ago.
Okay. So that's, I guess, my question. That's the one that I know. I mean, that's my question. That's why I got up to ask.
Yes.
And
So have we answered it?
well,
What else would you like to discuss about this, or where would you like to take this subject?
I'd like to know more about Cyrus, where he is, what is his message. If there
Where
has-
he's in spirit.
Okay.
And therefore he's not Cyrus anymore. He's more than Cyrus. Cyrus plus.
Okay. Is it possible to speak with him?
Not directly at this time, but we can transmit the idea that if you are recognizing the notion of the concept of human rights, obviously that is of paramount importance on your planet at this time, and therefore his energy may be associated in guiding those who are dealing with that issue now.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Quite. I guess can you expand on that, please?
Understand that when people are in spirit, they can see farther. They can see the ideas beyond time and space. You follow me?
Correct. Yes.
So the idea is that because that might be a concern from life, he may be acting in a sense as a guide to guide those who are also dealing with those human rights issues now on your planet at this time. Therefore, lending his energy, lending his guidance to help steer those along the path of allowing there to be more equality and more human rights on your planet where they are lacking.
And what are the ways to access that energy?
You are accessing it now just by asking about it. How do you want to apply it in your life?
Well, I don't know. I guess that's what I'm asking.
You don't know?
How do I apply it, or how do I
Yes,
apply
how
it?
do you apply it? In other words, the idea is you obviously feel that there is a connection between you and that energy, that individual, that consciousness.
Correct.
When you experience the idea of having that connection, don't you feel a certain energy state?
Absolutely.
So come from that energy state in doing the things on your planet that are representative of acting on your excitement, and you'll be applying your connection, your relationship to that energy in the appropriate way. So what is it you would like to do on your planet that is representative of your excitement? Are you excited about being involved in the concept of human rights?
I'm drawn to it, I guess.
You're drawn to it, you guess?
That I'm beginning to feel that there is a connection there.
Well, then what do you want to do about it? That's the question. That would be the question from him as well. If you are connecting to the energy of someone who is focused on the issue of human rights, then it's up to you to decide how you wish to express that connection in your time frame, in your reality. What do you want to do? How do you want to get involved in that issue? What excites you?
I guess probably the first is to learn more about him and his message. And
You don't need to.
No?
You're missing the point. You will learn what you need to learn by actually getting involved, by taking action. Then information will be presented to you. But if you're not doing anything about it, what do you need more information for? You're not doing anything with it. When you are doing something with the information you already have, more information will be given to you.
clear.
Guides don't act pointlessly. They don't dispense more guidance and information if you haven't already used what you've already been given. So if you take action in the direction of what it is you feel you are being directed to take action in, that is what you are excited about doing, you will be given whatever further information and additional information you need to be given, either from that source or other sources, wherever it is relevant for you to be able to continue to take those kinds of actions. But you have to move in order to demonstrate that you are ready for more information. You can't just sit and gather information. It doesn't really do anything until you start using it and applying it in your reality. Does that make sense?
Yes.
So does that help?
Yes.
Will that do? Or is there something else?
I'd like to know more about my role in that.
I just told you. Well, you're
well,
not paying attention.
No, I heard what you said.
Well, then what more do you need to know? Do you have something in your own imagination for how you would like to go about becoming involved in the things that excite you, either about human rights or other things? Do you have any idea yourself about how you would like to go about doing those things?
I don't know where to begin.
Oh, nonsense. What you don't understand, then, is that all excitement is connected to all other excitement. You are here. This evening of your time, we assume, because there is something about being here that contained more excitement than any other choice at the time. Yes?
Yes.
So when this event is over, you will have other options available to you. You can go home, you can have a meal, you can read a book, you can call a friend. Look at all the options that are available to you when you are finished with this one. Just act on the one that contains more excitement than any other. And just keep doing that over and over and over again, as much as you possibly can. Your excitement will then grow. The opportunities will become more obvious to you as to how you can get involved in things that are also representative of your excitement. Do not go by how things look on the surface. One thing that excites you may look like it has absolutely nothing at all to do with something else that could excite you. But if this excites you more than anything else, it is connected to everything else that will excite you that you may not have an ability to do anything about right now. But if you act on the thing you do have the ability to do something about, it will lead you and give you the abilities to act on everything else that is also representative of your excitement. It's all interconnected. It's all interlaced. That's all it takes. And you will be shown through the opportunities that come to you synchronistically where you can next act on your highest excitement in the direction that serves everyone the best, including you. Does that make sense?
Yes.
So, you have what you need now to move forward?
What I hear is to follow my excitement. That's what I heard what you said.
Follow your excitement to the best of your ability, taking it as far as you can until you can take it no further, with absolutely no insistence or expectation or assumption as to where you'll wind up or whether that thing you acted on should come to fruition. None. Let it show you where you need to go. Let it lead you where you need to be led. Let it work for you automatically. What's that called? Allowance. You follow me?
Yes.
It will show you who you are. It will show you what you need to act on. It won't always tell you why you need to act on it, but ultimately you'll find out. You don't have to know right now. Just act on the thing that excites you the most, that you have the ability to act on with absolutely zero insistence on what you think the outcome ought to be. And it will start flowing. It will start expanding. That's how it works. Does that help?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And to you, good day.
Yes.
What would you like to discuss?
I have
Just making sure you're all awake.
I have a question relating to
Speak
life.
up, speak up.
Oh, I have a question relating to life in
Life.
general.
Yes, life.
Yes.
What about it?
Right now, I'm at a critical point in my life where I have several opportunities.
Which one excites you the most?
I don't know because
Yes,
all of
you
them
do.
are very exciting, but I don't know which direction to go.
Are you saying that they all appear equally exciting? Is that what you're saying?
I'm afraid that if
Answer my question, please. Are you saying that they all appear equally exciting?
yes,
Exactly?
yes,
Do you have exactly the same ability to act on every single one of them?
I know what I want and I know
Answer the question. Do you have equal ability to act on all of them?
no.
Which ones contain more ability to be acted on? Does that narrow the number down a bit? How many things are we talking about? 5, 10,
3 or 4.
3 or 4? All right. So you said they all seem to be equally exciting. Is that what you said?
Yes,
But you said they don't all appear to have the same ability to be acted upon. Is that correct?
yes.
So does that narrow the number down from 4 to some other number? Which ones are exciting equally that have the same ability to be acted on? How many is that? 2?
Yes.
Yes?
Yeah, but the thing is
You're getting ahead.
no, the thing is that I came here to live my American dream. And I
And
know
I'm
what I
helping
want.
you, but you're not listening. Do you want to live the American dream?
Yes.
Then
But I
listen
don't
to the
have time.
dreamer.
But I don't have time. I don't know how to explain.
You don't have time.
Yes, because of visa. So I have to make
So
a
what you're
decision
saying
very fast.
is-
I
what
want
you're
to
saying-
live my American dream, but I don't know. I have these 2 opportunities, but I don't know if he will
Are
help
you
me
going
to
to
stay
allow us-
here.
Are you going to allow us to help you or not?
Yes.
Then are you paying attention or not?
I'm
Or are you going
paying
to
attention.
insist on continuing to speak about what you think you need to speak about?
Okay.
Yes?
Yes.
All right. Relax. We're attempting to help you. Yes?
Yes.
All right. Do you trust your life or don't you?
I'm afraid.
You are afraid of what?
Coming back to my country.
Because?
Because I don't want.
Because? What?
I don't want
You don't want what?
to come back to my country.
Because why? What will happen if you do?
Because I want a better life.
Because you say you will not have the life that you prefer. That's what you're saying.
Yes.
All right. So, are you ready to pay attention? Mm-hmm. All right. Can you relax a moment? Take a deep breath. Relax. Breathe in. Come on. Breathe. Breathe, breathe, breathe. Come on. Breathe in, breathe out. All right. Now, are you ready to continue? Can you answer some questions? All right. Thank you. Now, you just said that there are 2 opportunities left that have equal ability to be acted on, and you don't know which one to choose, yes? That's what you said, yes?
Yes.
All right. So, if it's true that they are both equally exciting, and it's true that you have equal ability to act on either of them, then here is what you do. Do you have a coin?
No.
Somebody give her a coin.
No.
Somebody give her a coin. Do you have the coin?
Yes, I have.
All right. So, label one of them opportunity A, label the other opportunity B. Yes?
Okay.
Flip the coin. Heads is A, tails is B. Flip the coin.
Like that?
Did you do it?
On the floor?
It doesn't matter.
Okay.
What did it come up? Heads or tails? A or B?
B.
Now, Are you okay taking that one? Or did the realization that it came up B make you feel like, oh, I really would rather have taken A?
No.
Are you willing to take?
Yes.
Are you willing to trust the coin?
Yes.
Are you willing to trust your synchronicity?
Yes.
All right, so take B, and if B is not really the path that you need to take, something will immediately show you that you need to take A. That's how it works. You follow me?
Okay.
Does that help you? Mm-hmm. Does that answer your question?
Yes, you answer my question.
Can you relax?
Yes.
Thank you. Welcome to America.
Thank you.
Hi, Bashar.
And to you, good day.
This is awesome. I just want to acknowledge and appreciate this moment.
All right, please do.
I want to ask you about a friend that I made.
A friend that you made out of clay? Out of spare parts? Your name isn't Frankenstein, is it?
All right. Cool.
Yes, so you made a friend.
Yeah.
All right, congratulations.
Thanks.
And what about this friend?
Well, he's actually from a different planet.
Are you sure?
Well, he didn't appear human, but he was humanoid.
Didn't appear human. What does that mean?
Well, he looked like an extraterrestrial being.
How so?
He was a short guy, maybe 4 foot or 3,
Yeah.
3 or 4.
And where did you meet?
I met in my favorite city in the world.
Which is?
Santa Cruz, California.
All right. And how did the meeting happen?
I happened upon him. I don't think he was expecting me.
Are you sure he's from another planet?
What's that?
Are you sure he's from another planet? If he wasn't expecting you?
Yes.
Why? Just because of his features? Did he tell you that he was?
No.
From another planet?
No.
All right. What did he actually say? How did he actually identify himself?
He froze like a statue.
And then what?
I didn't realize that he was a living being like I am. I thought he was a statue for years.
For years?
Yes.
Can you explain that?
About 18 years later, I just had this realization that wasn't actually a real being. And
Did you see him moving at all to begin with?
I thought I did. Yeah, it's possible I did. Yeah.
But you're not sure?
I wasn't sure at the time, but I am sure today.
You're sure you saw him moving and then he stopped moving? Is that what you're saying?
Subtly, yes. Yeah.
All right, and you have been carrying this particular image and imprint and memory, as you say, for 18 years?
Yes.
All right.
A few years. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yes.
Oh, I realized this a few years ago, yes. So,
A few years ago,
yeah.
not 18 years ago.
No.
How many?
Did I have this realization?
That you had the encounter.
Oh, no. Okay, I had this encounter in the early 90s.
Oh, all right, but you had this realization recently, you're saying,
Yeah,
within the last few years.
Correct.
What brought about that realization? Was something happening?
I was on a bike ride.
And it just what, suddenly hit you?
Yes.
Out of the blue?
Like a ton of, out of the blue.
Oh, all right. And what makes you say that this being is your friend? What has happened to give you that impression?
A friend told me.
A friend told you that this being was your friend?
Yes.
A human friend told you?
Spirit friend.
A spirit friend.
Mm-hmm.
All right. And so what do you want to do with this experience?
Oh, I'd like to continue with this gentleman if possible, and I'd like to put that out there.
You want an interaction more consciously?
Yes.
More, as you say, in your face?
Yes.
Are you sure?
Yes. I welcome him with open arms.
Anything else is open? Just the
Open
arm?
heart.
Thank you. And anything else?
Open mind.
All right.
All right. Thanks for the help, everybody.
All right. One moment. Do you have special plans over the next few days?
I'll be on the beach. That's a special. Is it like an unusual plan or special plan? Yeah, it's always special to be on the beach. I'll be on the beach.
Is that unusual for you?
No,
All right.
quite common.
All right. You will be there for how long?
I will be there. I live on the beach, so I'll be there
Oh, all right.
every day.
So you have no other plans over the next few days? Say 3 days.
I'll be riding my bike. I'll be on the beach. I'll be swimming. I'll be playing music. I'll be open to all opportunities.
All right. Are you sure that no one has asked you to do something different recently? Nothing coming up where you're going to be doing something different than you would normally do? Or have you not been asked yet?
I don't remember. I don't recall being asked. A neighbor asked if I could watch her cat for a while, but I don't know if you're referring to that.
What is the cat's name?
I'm not sure. I don't know the cat.
I'm not sure.
I haven't met
Unusual
the-
name. So, watching the cat will entail that you will be in someone else's house?
Correct.
So that's a little unusual, yes?
That's unusual. I wasn't going to be available for that, but I could. Be
But you are now?
If the invitation is still available to watch the cat, I am available for that now. Yes.
Why don't you find out if the invitation is still available?
I will.
How much time will you need to spend in the house with the cat? Will you be able to come and go, or do you need to actually stay there with the cat?
I can come and go as far as I know.
Have you met this cat before?
I have not. Okay.
What are you all laughing at? This is a normal conversation. If you find yourself in the unusual for you position of being in the house with the cat, then allow yourself to be open to receive a further communication from your friend. Pay attention to the cat. All right?
All right.
Because the cat can give you some insight as to when and how this may be occurring. And when you go to sleep at night, ask the cat to assist you in seeing whatever it is you may be ready to see. All right?
All right. Mm-hmm.
Does this help you?
Yes, Bashar.
Then pleasant dreams.
Okay.
Good day.
Good day, Bashar.
We know this may have seemed a little roundabout, but cats move in mysterious ways.
Good day, Bashar.
Hi.
Hi.
I was afraid if I yelled too loud, it might get feedback, so I held back a little, but I wanted to say it even louder.
I'll still give you feedback.
Okay. I do. I love the AAA. So
Oh, all right.
I love. Can we acknowledge this moment? I want to acknowledge
Absolutely.
all of you for being here and sharing this moment with me.
And deep appreciation.
And deep appreciation. I also want to acknowledge the special people that I came with today, and also a friend that's on Ustream, Emily. Hi, Emily. And just really.
Are you accepting an award?
I'm just really appreciating this moment
Oh, all right.
and acknowledging it. And I'm hoping this will.
I want to thank the Academy.
I feel like
And
I'm
all
one.
the people who made this possible. You know who you are. While they're sitting at home going, does she mean me?
Sure.
Oh, all right. Just having some fun with you.
Yeah, I love having fun with you.
And so what would you like to discuss?
So I want to discuss surrender because I had a really synchronous event today with my Tesla.
Oh, all right.
It has autopilot capabilities, so it can
Yes.
drive itself.
Yes.
Today was the first time I did the parallel park,
Yes.
and so it was pretty amazing. But
All right, if you
also-
say so.
It was. But when I surrendered, it was kind of like it did better than I could with the wheel. It just spun it so fast and it went into the spot so well.
All right.
And I'm really good at parallel parking. And I thought, wow, this is so good to surrender and trust and just kind of sit back and allow it to happen.
All right.
And so that was so good when you brought that up today. I
Well,
love
you
that.
see, even your technology is starting to reflect this idea back to you.
I love it.
Because the things that happen in your society, the changes that happen in your technology and in other aspects of your society are reflections of changes that are happening in your consciousness. So you will never see those kinds of things in your physical reality until they happen in your consciousness. And then you will start to see all sorts of reflections and symbols and representations of these changes that have already occurred in your consciousness.
So exciting. I
Yes,
love
it is.
And so I just wanted to bring that up because I feel like the more that we surrender and trust, that we get to have those experiences more and more. And more.
Absolutely, that's how it works. Because those are the experiences that are automatically relevant for your life, for your joy, for your excitement, for your ecstasy. They are reflective of who you truly are. Most of you have absolutely no idea how powerful and beautiful you are. But we are doing our best to remind you.
Thank you so much.
You are so welcome.
Okay, the next question I have, I'd love to have some clarity on the path of least resistance and our highest excitement.
Some clarity on it, so
Yeah.
you don't know what
I
any of
think
your excitement is?
I think no, I do, but what I guess I'd like to give a little reference because sometimes when you say it feels like your path of least resistance.
Your excitement will always be the path of least
Okay.
resistance.
And
It can't be other, because that's one of the tools of excitement. If you have a definition of excitement that says you're not on the path of least resistance, then you don't have a definition of excitement. You have another kind of definition.
Thank you.
Does that help?
It helps, but I think there was a circumstance where you would say, this feels like my highest excitement, but maybe
Yes.
this feels like my path of least resistance. What's a tool or process that you could?
Well, remember that one of the jobs, one of the tools of excitement is to bring up things that are not representative of your excitement. But that's part of the excitement, because bringing them up brings them to your attention so you can do something about letting them go and add the energy to your excitement. That's why it's exciting for your excitement to bring your attention to things that aren't your excitement. That's part of the path of least resistance. It's helping you let go of things that are creating resistance by bringing them to your attention. Because if they just remain in your unconscious mind, then you can't do anything about them. You don't know they're there. You just keep feeling the resistance. You keep feeling the so-called blocks, and you don't understand what's happening. So when your excitement brings one of these belief systems that is out of alignment with you to your attention, then that gives you the ability to do something about letting it go. And that's exciting. And therefore, it's still part of the path of least resistance. To experience momentary resistance and let it go is part of the path of least resistance. That's how you make these meta definitions. You have to include a holistic definition over every experience that you're experiencing, even if it contains things that are not representative of your preference. It's got to be part of your preference to experience that momentarily so you can let it go. And when you make it part of the meta definition, then you will deal with it in as quick a way as you possibly can. It won't linger because you're willing to deal with it. You're willing to let it go. You're willing to work with what's there. It's only when you resist working with what is brought to your attention that things linger, that things take longer, that things slow down. You put on the brakes. No, 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 I don't want to look at that. No, 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 that can't be part of my life. I thought I was beyond this. Nonsense. If it's there, you're not beyond it yet.
Right.
You need to deal with it. You need to know what it is. You need to identify it. You need to let it go. And that's when you're beyond it. Do you understand?
That was beautiful. Thank you.
Does that help?
That was so helpful. One last thing that I'd like to discuss, the subject of parenting.
Yes.
And I feel like there's probably a negative belief that a lot of people have that they can't really follow their highest excitement and joy sometimes when it comes to being...
Yes, and that's nonsense.
Right. So can you help kind of clean that up for us a little bit?
Well, now, of course, we may have to take that on a case-by-case basis because everyone approaches this somewhat differently with their different set of belief systems, yes?
Okay.
But
so,
in general,
okay, good.
the idea is you must rely on your own childlike imagination in order to actually raise a child correctly. You have to be the magician. You have to be the one that has the imagination to create scenarios and interactions with the child that allow the child to safely, in a safe environment, understand the consequences of every choice that they make, so that they will learn to be self-empowered, to teach them that they are as powerful as they need to be and are in order to get anything they need in life without having to hurt themselves or anyone else in order to get it. You have to adapt anything you believe that they need to learn in life to their excitement rather than attempting to shove their excitement into a box in order to learn something. You need to provide these interactive environments so they understand how to relate to reality and how to connect to source, that they are connected and never are disconnected. You have to allow them to find their power through your guidance by having the imagination and the skill to provide these things for them. But that's exciting. That's an exciting adventure to do that. And it also teaches you things as a parent, as a teacher, about being on that level yourself. Yes?
Yes.
Does this help?
That's so helpful. Thank you so much.
You're so welcome.
Have a good day.
Oh, always.
Hey, Bashar.
And to you, good day.
I'm really happy we get to hang out.
Yes.
Yes. So, last week in meditation class,
Yes.
I was meditating and...
That's a good thing to do in meditation class, yes?
Yes.
All right.
Yes. I was doing what I was supposed to be doing. And I felt a presence.
Yes.
And it felt like a homecoming.
Yes, often it will.
Yes.
Because you're also not necessarily just interacting with someone else, you're interacting with more of yourself, too.
That's what it felt like.
I know. That's why I said that.
You're so smart, Bashar.
All of you are smart.
And I heard a voice that said, "We are the Council of Nine."
Oh, all right. So that's what you're tapping into as your archetypal representation and reflection for you to be able to use that state of being that you feel when you make that connection to act from in your life. That's your true state of being. You're being shown your true state of being.
Oh, wow.
That vibrational level. That's the archetypal symbolic representation. And when you remember, anytime you remember that connection, that experience, you're in that state of being, even if it feels different than it did before. You understand?
Yes.
So come from that state of being.
And not have to need it to feel the same.
Exactly.
Right.
Because you are never the same. So why should it feel the same all the time?
Right.
Yes?
It's ever changing, evolving.
Absolutely.
So it had come to me through a friend that they're connected with Saturn.
Yes.
And I'm wondering if they're also connected with the archetype of the Titans.
Well, yes, because they are connected energetically to what we
moon.
spoke of last night.
Right.
Titan is where one of the artifacts are.
Right. So that they can assist me in connecting with that artifact
can.
too. Yeah. Awesome. And then I wanted to tell you about a dream I had.
Yes.
So I was in a body of water in a little boat, and underneath me were many baby orcas.
All right.
And so orcas always make me happy.
Oh, all right.
And so the baby orcas started jumping in one by one and snuggling with me.
Yes.
And at the end of the dream, and it was just a beautiful interaction.
Yes.
And at the end of the dream, a baby albino whale, a humpback whale, came in.
Yes.
So I was wondering.
What does that mean? Is that what you're asking?
Well, I mean, I know it's my dream.
I know.
Yeah.
But I know what it means.
Tell me.
I thought you might want me
Yes.
to do so.
Thank you. Thank you.
You are making a friend of polarity. And because you are willing to balance the dark and the light, represented by the orcas, yes, and this is your serious connection also, yes? Because you are willing to use that energy to balance the dark and the light polarity, you will experience, as represented by the albino whale, the idea of the light while not invalidating the dark. Yes?
Yes, that's so beautiful.
Yes, it is.
I also felt my hybrid kids involved as well in that dream.
To some degree, yes.
Okay, but not so much.
Well, yes, to the degree they needed to be.
How are they doing?
Fine. How are you?
I'm really good lately, yeah.
Are you having a whale of a good time?
I'm having a whale of a good time.
Oh,
Absolutely. I'm happy to be here on the planet most of the time, so I'm really...
Most of the time?
Most of the time.
Not all the time?
When
are you not happy to be on the planet? Come on.
I guess...
Do you have to guess?
No.
When are you not happy being on the planet?
When I think maybe that my desires are not manifesting fast enough. Yeah.
Not fast and...
Not fast enough.
What's your rush?
I know.
What's your hurry? You're an eternal being. Now is now.
I'm starting to realize that.
All
yeah.
along. Not fast enough. Do you understand? If it went any faster, you wouldn't be able to keep up.
Oh, wow. That makes me feel better.
All right. Glad I could help.
Yeah. I am so happy to be interacting with you right now. I mean, it's just...
Then any time on the planet you feel unhappy to be there, just remember how happy you are right now. And it'll bring you back to the present, yes?
Yes.
All right. Does that help you?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Bashar. Thank you.
Good day, Bashar.
And are you good day?
Good evening, everybody. One thing I like to share is growing up, I figured out that life is only up to what our interpretation is allowed to be.
Yes.
And with one of the questions that was asked earlier about pregnancy.
Yes.
Here gets where it gets a little weird, guys.
Weird is good.
Yes, I love weird. Here we go. So, ever since when I was young, I've actually contemplated upon that, what it would be like to be pregnant as a male.
Yes.
Because I somehow, some way knew the connection a mother has with the child, you know, inside the womb. Because any stimulation stimulates, any stimuli stimulates the child.
Yes.
So I was wondering, what's the closest thing? Last thing, because of that, you mentioned that for a woman, that's basically an agreement with a higher being.
Well, it's an agreement for the father as well.
Okay, and I was just wondering,
it's not like you're left out.
Yeah, of course.
You can carry the child in a different way. You can carry the energy of the child. You can carry the template, the legacy, in a sense, in certain ways for the agreement. Provide the path, in a way, for the child to come in certain ways to teach them certain things. You carry the child as well, just energetically, not physically. You have, all of you, the males, have a part in this.
Yeah.
So you can be pregnant too.
I feel it.
All right.
All right.
And, well, we'll put it this way. If the males during a female pregnancy are not feeling pregnant, then they're not feeling like they're connected or that they belong. Both of you should actually, in certain ways, though it will feel different, feel pregnant.
Yes.
You understand? Because both of you are.
Yes. Okay. And ever since I was a child, I was raised by a woman.
Yes.
I've been very in touch with my feminine side.
Yes.
And I know this may sound odd, but
Why must it sound odd?
I'm just wondering, it's not fair that women go through what they go through as far as like the menstrual cycle and all that stuff. So I was wondering, there has to be an equivalent to a man. To maybe say, for instance, what the period to a woman is. There has to be something.
Well, the woman doesn't necessarily have to go through that in the way that they have. There are many factors here that would require a much longer conversation. Some of this has to do with ancient genetics, but these things can be changed. Some of these things do not have to be experienced the way they have been. Part of that has more to do with ancient belief systems that allow for certain kinds of suppression and oppression to still carry resonant waves or reflections or echoes within the female component of your society that don't need to be there. So, but this requires a much deeper conversation for another time.
Understandable.
Now, in the meantime, if you know that there is a female having some difficulty with those cycles, you can perhaps, in a variety of ways, help to alleviate this, both with herbology or with energetic manipulation or so forth, other things. You can use your intuition and participate in this to alleviate any need within the belief system for suffering of any kind. Yes?
Yes. Beautiful.
Sometimes the Chinese herb dong quai can be of assistance with this. All right?
Definitely.
Anything else?
Yes. I'm surrounded by blue right now, and one thing came to mind. I've been attracted to blue jays all my life, and
Yes.
just recently, after several downloads of following my highest excitement, and got many downloads from nature.
Yes.
I was finally able to connect with one, and it actually came to my hand several times.
Oh, how exciting.
I was wondering, what can that signify in this time frame?
What
in my
can it
lifetime?
signify?
Yeah, why did it
Didn't you
finally
just
come
say
to
what
me?
it signified? It signifies a stronger connection to nature, to your nature, which is nature, real nature, an understanding that you are nature.
Yes.
So, allowing yourselves to know you are part of nature will allow you to commune with nature more readily and get the reflection of that, because then nature and all aspects of it will recognize you by you recognizing yourself as being a part of nature and not thinking of yourselves as being outside of it or at war with it. You are nature. Yes?
Yes.
So your true nature will allow nature to recognize you and give you a reflection of it. Yes?
Makes beautiful sense, yes.
All right. Well,
Nice and clear.
then thank you very much.
Thank you, Bashar.
How's it going, Bashar?
And to you, good day.
Absolutely. I would also like to acknowledge my friends back there. I think two of us got tickets today. It's pretty cool.
Oh, all right.
Yeah, we've been on a wild ride.
Is there any other kind?
I love roller coasters, so
All
it's so
right.
appropriate. Yeah, I've just been having a great time, and
right,
I almost
thank
feel like
you.
I've been having too much fun.
Too
I feel
much?
Like I feel like I have responsibilities to go back to.
Well,
back
wait a
where I'm
minute.
from.
You're suggesting that responsibilities aren't fun. What's that definition about?
Yeah.
Well, why do you have that definition? Since when are responsibilities not fun?
It's a different type of fun.
Yes, it is.
I'd just be doing different things, but still having fun.
All right.
Yeah.
Remember, responsibility is simply the ability to respond.
Right.
That's all.
Right. I guess with the fun I've been having,
yes,
and just I feel like I have a pretty innate sense to connect with people.
Yes.
Sometimes at a very deep level, it happens. Sometimes it can happen pretty fast.
All right, and so
and I enjoy that.
Yes.
I also do acro yoga, which is a form of acrobatics mixed with yoga.
All right.
It's a very physical, intimate.
And is that fun?
Oh, I love it.
Oh,
yeah,
all right.
Absolutely.
Thank
so
you.
I'm trying to tie some of these things.
I beg your pardon.
I'm trying to.
I beg your pardon.
I'm wanting to.
You are tying things together?
I'm tying things together, exactly.
Thank you.
And it feels really good. So with these things that I'm enjoying in my natural, innate senses, I'm wanting to derive an idea of how that could equate to an overall purpose, because I do feel like I have...
Do you understand what your purpose is in life? To be you as fully as you can. That's your purpose. That's it.
Right.
So is that enough of an umbrella to tie them together? Do you need another way of expressing the concept of purpose other than to be yourself as fully as you can? To be your true self? Is that enough of a purpose for you? I'm not saying you can't have different expressions of your purpose, but those are expressions of your purpose.
Right.
But your purpose is to be you as fully as you can. And the way you do that the best, I think you all know by now, acting on your highest excitement to the best of your ability with zero insistence on a particular outcome. That's how you allow yourself to fulfill your purpose of being you as fully as you can. Because you see, that's the whole point, is to allow creation to experience itself through you.
Right.
You understand? Now, attempting to not be yourself is still an experience that creation will value and appreciate and be able to use. Nevertheless, you are given the opportunity to simply be who you truly are and allow creation to experience itself through your eyes. So be yourself if you wish to be. Creation will be very happy with that.
Right. I guess I have a sense that it's
yes,
bigger than just...
Bigger than being yourself?
Yeah.
There is nothing bigger. Because yourself is greater than you know. It's just that most of yourself is invisible right now to you because of your focus in physical reality. That's all. But it is bigger. Right. Being yourself is bigger. And when you are more of yourself on this level, you will know more of yourself on all the other levels.
Right.
So you will see that it is bigger, and therefore...
So by participating fully in who I am and what I'm about...
To the best that you can on this level.
Right. And I actually derive more of who I am...
Yes.
Continuously.
Yes.
Constantly.
And that will never end.
It'll never end.
Ever.
Okay.
Ever. Because even when you perceive yourself from the level of all that is knows there's another all that is that it is a part of. It never ends.
Right.
Does this help?
Yeah. Okay. So I've been in LA, in the LA area for a little over 2 weeks now.
Oh, all right.
And I think within the first couple of days, I had this experience with this really weird, what do you want to call it?
I don't know. What do you want to call it? And was it weirder than the experience you're having right now?
Wow. Yeah. You're pretty weird. So
that'd
be a tough one. But it was like this hemp oil. And apparently you're supposed to take like a drop.
And you took?
Like a half of a syringe.
Oh, all right. And
it was easily the scariest and also the most...
You said you liked roller coasters.
I know. Wow.
Well,
it was a little
What did
different.
you learn from the teacher? What did you learn from that teacher?
Yeah.
What did you learn?
I learned that
What did you learn about yourself?
I learned that I'm pretty amazing.
And
And
did
that,
you say you had some fears?
Yeah.
And so you learned that, and what were they?
So I was afraid to like get onto an elevator and then go upstairs and get off the elevator.
Because?
I didn't want to be up high.
But you were. Very high.
Right. Maybe I didn't want to go higher.
All right.
I don't know.
That's all right. That's all right. What you taught yourself is that there is a pace to this.
Right.
And to allow yourself to live in the moment with it, not be impatient that you need to hurry up and be somewhere else.
Right.
Somewhere bigger than you are right now because you're already big. You just need to become more aware of the bigness. So the idea is just be where you are and live in the moment, and all the bigness will be revealed to you in perfect timing.
Right.
It won't come faster than you can handle.
Right.
And if you live in the moment, it won't come slower than you need it to.
Right.
Yes.
And that kind of dovetails into, I thought those were two separate questions. Wow, that was crazy.
Yes.
One of the cool things that happened, I'm so glad. Okay, first, Josh totally gave me his ticket, so that was amazing. Thank you. That was a great manifestation.
Thank you, Josh.
I love you, man. So while it was happening, like it was like everything was slowed down.
Yes.
And so like my hands, the fact that they were even like moving in time and space was like, whoa.
Yes, everything appeared to be slowed down because you were speeding up and matching the frequency of the reality. It's like having what you call a strobe light.
Right.
Yes?
Yes. That's exactly what it was
If you match the frequency, it looks like things are standing still or slowing down. So that means you're speeding up to match the frequency of the tick of the clock of your reality.
Right. And so
yes,
my hands, like it was like I could understand the physics of why they would run into each other and then they would bounce off.
Yes.
But they would maintain perfect proximity with where they last. I mean, they just like were on this, almost like they were tied to a string, and they were moving
they sort
perfectly.
of are.
Yeah. Oh.
The string of your consciousness. Because remember, the personality is a projection.
Right.
You're channeling your personality all the time. So you became aware of the fact that there are, for lack of a better term, energetic threads leading back to more of yourself that is projecting the personality.
Right. So it actually felt like I was driving my physical body.
Yes, you are.
Like it was like I was looking through my eyeballs.
I know what you're saying.
Okay. Just checking. Just making sure.
All right. Thank you for sharing your experience.
Absolutely. Thank
Please
you for
take it and
elaborating.
use it in your life in whatever way is representative of your highest excitement.
I will do.
All right. Well,
thank you for this time.
You are welcome.
All right. Bye.
Hello, Tadeo.
Nania.
You said that so quietly.
Nania. Better?
Yes, that's better.
Oh, all right.
Okay, so we have some questions from our Ustream listeners.
Yes.
Okay, and the first one is, how does allowance work with fear?
Well, again, you have to allow the fear to be a messenger, to give you information that it's attempting to tell you that you have a negative belief. You can't be afraid of the fear, as we said earlier. You have to recognize it, allow it to do its job. And therefore, once it delivers the information, what it's bringing your attention to, hey, knock, 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 you have this negative belief that is out of alignment, that you don't prefer. Once it brings your attention to that, you can say, thank you, fear. Thank you for bringing my attention to something I didn't know about within myself so that now I can deal with it, now that I can let it go. Thank you, fear. And as soon as you use fear that way and allow it to be what it is, allow it to do the job it was designed to do, it will not be felt as fear anymore. You will welcome it as a messenger that will alert you to anything within you that's out of alignment. And you will be excited about feeling it, and then it will turn into excitement. That's how you allow with fear.
What if the fear is like so overwhelming, like in phobias?
I already mentioned this because the idea, again, is that the stronger the fear, the closer you are to breaking free from the negative belief. Because the negative belief is going to use every possible trick it can to keep you anchored to the negative belief. So when you feel the greatest fear, that means the negative belief is doing its utmost to keep you there, which means it has to make you more and more and more afraid because it knows that you're right on the edge of breaking free. So the greatest fear indicates the threshold of freedom.
So I'm trying to
Yes.
compare that with the idea of phobias, basically.
Well, you still have to get in touch with the definition.
Because it seems like a lot of phobias have to do with physical things that exist within being a physical being.
They don't. All those things are symbols,
Well,
remember?
like people who who are afraid of heights.
People who are saying that they are afraid of heights are usually not actually afraid of heights. They are afraid of falling, which means it's a synonym for losing control. So they have to get in touch with the definitional belief to find out what's really going on and why they're experiencing it that way.
What about claustrophobia?
Well, you have a belief that you are trapped.
Well, that again is a very physical type of fear because
But the
of the
belief
idea.
is not.
Because you couldn't be trapped if you were.
Oh, yes, you can.
When you're in spirit, can you?
No, but it's not about being in spirit. We understand that you experience this in physical reality. But what we're saying is the belief system is not physical. It's energetic. And the feeling comes from a belief that you are trapped existentially. And therefore you translate that into the physical reflection of a physical confined space to reflect to you what the actual existential belief is, that you are trapped energetically, spiritually in your mind. Make sense?
Yes, it was. I'm going to take that a step further
Oh,
because
all right.
some of the fear of being trapped is the idea that as a physical being, you can be trapped. So
No. That's the effect. Now, you may allow the effect to reinforce the belief, but the effect that it can happen in physical reality is a side effect of a belief that already exists that you are existentially trapped.
Okay, because that sounds so interesting that it's really an existential belief about, well, to me, it looks like about being physical and being in a physical body that you can't get out of.
That's just because you equate the experience with being a physical being, but nevertheless, the experience is generated from something that is not physical at all.
So it's really about being trapped by negative beliefs?
It's about feeling trapped because you're buying into negative beliefs. The negative belief will generate, using the idea of physical reality, a physical reflection to reinforce the non-physical existential belief. It will use physical reality to reflect it and reinforce it, making you think that it's all about the actual physical experience when the physical experience has nothing to do with it at all.
Oh, so the actual solution, like in one of the treatments that they have for any kind of phobia, was what's called desensitization, where you keep being put into the situation to varying degrees until you're not afraid of it anymore.
Well, that can be one particular technique or permission slip, but there are many others as well.
But what you're saying is that the existential belief.
Yes.
And clarify what?
The non-physical energy that comes with the belief system.
The non-physical energy.
Yes. In other words, we have told you that your physical mind is composed of beliefs and emotions and thought patterns that equate into a behavior that equates to a personality, but we've told you that your personality is nothing but a projection. It's an illusion.
Okay.
So physical reality is not really physical.
It's an energy.
It's an energy pattern. It's an energy reflection. Therefore, the actual originally generated concept is not physical, but it's reflected in physical patterns, but it's just a reflection. It really has nothing to do with the physical patterns. It has to do with the fact of the origination in the energy system, which is represented by the belief, the energy that the belief is filtering the energy through.
Because like when I think of existential beliefs, it's like the idea of the angst, of
Yes.
being physical or,
Yes.
So it
But it's
sounds
all
so
existential.
esoteric. It doesn't sound.
I know. But that's what physical reality is. It's an esoteric concept. Remember, you're just dreaming that you're physical. You aren't really. You are already all in spirit, just dreaming that you're having a physical reality.
Could it actually be just a fear of being physical to the point of that level of density could be appear frightening?
That can be a belief, yes.
So you actually have to be comfortable being physical.
Yes.
And the way to work with that is to go to the existential beliefs.
Go to your definitions about your relationship to physical reality. Or what you believe exists within physical reality that is reflective of the existential belief. Does that help?
That's very interesting.
All right.
We'll think about that some more.
Oh, all right. Think about it all you wish.
And then another question that came up is if a person is having an experience that is, hold on, let me find this.
Having an experience that's difficult to find?
Yes. When a deeply negative event happens, should we still apply the AAA formula?
Yes. And first and foremost, recognize that an event has happened. It's not automatically a deeply negative event. You may be perceiving it as a deeply negative event, but the event is not automatically or naturally or innately deeply negative. So the first thing is to realize how someone has defined it that way. And again, it brings you back to the realization that the event is just neutral. So by allowing the event to be okay to be there, you give yourself the time and the opportunity to recognize that if it appears to be deeply negative, it's only because you're defining it that way.
Okay, so like what just came to me when you were saying that was I was thinking of the individuals that have been willing to go places like Iraq and Afghanistan and the things they've seen.
Yes.
And
but those things are all being set up from negative belief systems to begin with. So what would you expect to find?
Well, I know a lot of the soldiers end up with PTSD because they just can't cope with what they've seen.
Because it's been set up from a negative belief system. Don't you understand?
Well,
they go in with a negative belief system that is reinforced by the reality they have attracted themselves to that is representative of the negative belief system. So they're just reinforcing a belief system that is already ingrained within them.
I mean, you're basically saying you would not experience war if you didn't have certain negative beliefs,
or if you went into those areas, you simply would not experience negativity. You would be interacting with the reality in a very different way, and you would be getting a very different experience.
But you've also said you can be in a high vibrational state and have negativity happening all around you, but it doesn't necessarily impact you.
That's what I just said.
So
that's what I just said. You can bring a completely different belief system into an area where others may be generating all sorts of negative experiences for themselves and not be negatively affected. You will have a different interaction.
Okay, so what you're basically saying is that if someone is going into a scenario like that, it would behoove them to go in with a different perception of what is negative and to, even if they encounter atrocity, that
there is always a way to turn that around into something positive if you're willing to use it that way. You can always learn something positive, and you can always act as an example of how things can be done in a more positive way.
it just shows how challenging physical reality is when you're saying this, because I can recognize how challenging that might be for a lot of people. It may be a
challenge, but that's the challenge of the day.
Right.
You are now at the end of the cycle of your limitation. Therefore, the greatest challenges happen now. As I said, negative belief systems will do the most fear-inducing things when you are on the threshold of breaking into freedom.
So these recent events that are happening on our planet
Are bringing everything out on the table in the most fear-inducing way to challenge you to recognize that, as you say, it is always darkest before the dawn, but you have to know the dawn is within you. And thus then light the light that breaks you free so that you can start relating to things in a different way and shifting to realities that don't reflect the negativity and the fear.
And so, like, these questions all seem to tie in, because this person's saying, oh, if all that is wants to experience itself in all ways that it possibly can,
yes,
doesn't that mean that many beings will have to go through negative experiences, suffering, in order to enable
many
that?
aspects of all that is will experience that, but it doesn't mean you have to continue to do so.
Okay, because basically humans...
And besides, you've already experienced it. Been there, done that. Move on to something else.
So what you've given us then is the most fundamental key for recognizing that since we've come from a history of negativity
Yes.
and extreme suffering,
yes,
that these new tools can allow us to transcend the suffering,
yes,
even as it continues to happen
yes,
in our reality,
yes,
even if it seems atrocious
yes,
in our reality,
yes,
that with the new tools,
yes,
that's the way to
yes,
transcend it.
because now is the time for you to be given these tools, because you're done with all of that. That's why the tools are being given. If you weren't done, we wouldn't be able to give you these tools. The fact that we can have these conversations, the fact that you can have a relationship with us, the fact that we are allowed to give you these tools by you, allowed by you to give you these tools from your collective agreements, means you're pretty much done. Otherwise, we wouldn't be here talking to you, because we don't do pointless things either. So there is a point to the fact that these conversations and exchanges exist. And the point is, you're pretty much done with the cycle of negativity, despite what you think is evidence to the contrary. Because the evidence to the contrary is just a signal that you're actually right at the threshold of breaking free. Now, we understand that in your space-time idea of reality, the threshold can actually take a few years to cross, but nevertheless, in terms of your entire history, that's a blink of an eye. You understand?
So in our history, when all those people were suffering,
yes,
that was, at that time, they were not ready to have the information.
Well, it's not about not being ready in the classical sense. It's simply that they didn't have the realization that they could be ready to receive something else. That was simply not what the belief systems of the time would allow most people on your planet to understand. Some understood it, but the majority did not. So you have come to the place now where the majority has, at the very least, the opportunity to understand that you don't have to experience that anymore. But you can still make your own decisions if you want to continue to experience it. Nobody's going to stop you. But you have the opportunity to change your minds about that now. So, is it time for your holotope meditation?
How did you know that?
Oh, I don't know. Just a lucky guess, I suppose. You may all take a short break. We will resume this transmission for your holotope meditation. And it'll say, let us continue with this transmission by allowing yourselves to become very relaxed. Let go of the day and take a deep breath. Deep, deep, deep. In and out. One more time. In, very deep, deep, deep. And out. And once again, deep breath in and hold it, and hold it, and hold it. And blow it out. Now, please just continue to breathe deeply and easily and gently as you allow your lights to dim and your music to rise. Allow your eyes to gaze to the center of the holotope. Allow the patterns of light to enter. And allow yourself to know that this moment, like every moment and every variation of every moment, is actually the same moment from another point of view. This is the now. It is always the now. It can never be any time but the now. And so allow yourselves, as you relax, as you let in the light, as you take in the patterns of the holotope, to see that central point as the now. And all the other patterns around it just as reflections of the same now moment from all the different perspectives that are possible within creation. But now is now, and all the reflections exist now, simultaneously. No matter when you may believe they exist in time in the past, no matter when you believe they may exist in time in the future, no matter where you believe they may exist in another space, no matter how far, no matter how near, everything is here, everything is now. Allow yourself in this moment, in this now, to acknowledge this now. Recognize it, acknowledge it, and simultaneously allow yourself the full opportunity to appreciate this moment of the now, of creation, of your life. This moment now is all there is, and all there ever shall be. For as we said, all what appears to be different nows are the same moment from another point of view. You are here, you will always be here. You are now, you will always be now. And every single thing you need in life is right here and right now with you. You may not see it. It may be invisible at the moment in this particular version of now. But there is a version of now where it is fully manifested if it is reflective of your true vibration. Then it will manifest in the now to which it belongs. When you allow yourself to live fully in the now, all things that belong in the now to you will manifest in the specific now to which they belong, to the specific frequency that is representative of your ability to know more of who you are, that contains that manifestation, that idea, that experience of the now. Fully appreciate, fully appreciate, fully appreciate everything that is here and now, because it is all here, all of it. Everything you need in life is here, right now. And so appreciate yourself fully, right here and right now. As fully as you can, be in a state of gratitude. For that is truly what prayer is. A state of grace and gratitude for what is, not what will be, not what you want to be, but what is, because everything is here. So the more you are present in prayer, the more that it is an acknowledgement and an appreciation of what is already here, though it may be invisible, is what will accelerate and what will allow it to become visible in perfect timing. That is prayer. That is grace. That is beauty. that is now. Allow yourself again to acknowledge and appreciate and allow. For in that three-part formula, you will find everything, everyone, every when, and everywhere that you need to find in your life. For it is an expression of your excitement, and it will leave nothing relevant out. It cannot leave anything relevant out. It is designed to contain everything you need to live this life to the fullest, to live this life in joy, to live this life in the here and now. Be at peace with what happens in your life, no matter what may come up, no matter what situation may appear before you. It is part of your path and can be nothing but a part of your path, for you are the path, and you cannot be off yourself. Everything that occurs has a purpose and a reason for being. Acknowledge it, own it, recognize it, and appreciate it for why it's there. For even if what appears may take the form of something you don't prefer, it is still there for a reason. Find it, appreciate the reason it is there, and it will reveal that reason to you. It will reveal anything that appears to be its secrets to you. It will open like a book through appreciation and acknowledgement. And once that book is open to you, you can allow it to continue to flip to the next page and the next and the next and the next, knowing that every page is a part of the story, your story. The story you chose to explore in this life. Remember, you are not attempting to get somewhere. You are not attempting to be somewhere else. You are not attempting to finish a process. The process is the experience that you chose to have, that you call life itself. Life is process, is experience, and is the point, the whole point of why you chose to be here. To learn, to grow, to discover yourself from another point of view. Let go of all your negative assumptions. Let go and surrender to the control that already exists. For everything is an orchestration, and everything works flawlessly when you allow it to. Allowance is a power. It is not something that you settle for. It is a power. Live in that power of allowance. Live in that power to know that if you simply allow, once you acknowledge, once you appreciate, if you simply allow your life to unfold, it will always unfold perfectly, bringing you exactly what you need, exactly when you need it. For you are beauty itself. You are creation itself. You are perfection itself. Even though you may grow, and even though you may change, you are perfect right now as you are. You are the perfect version of what you are right now. And when you acknowledge, with all the preferences and all the things you don't prefer, that right now is perfect for what and who you need to be right now, then your reality opens like a flower and reveals to you the path that will allow you to let go and allow all the things you don't prefer to fall away. But again, the recognition of things that you don't prefer does not mean that you are not on the correct path. The way through is to acknowledge that they're there, appreciate that they're there, allow them to be there, and allow them to show you the information that they have to give you so that you can move forward. For they are not obstacles, they are messengers that bring you more information about you. Because you are unknown to yourselves. And it is through acknowledgement and appreciation and allowance that you will know yourself more deeply than you ever have. And know that you are bigger than you ever imagined, right here and right now. That this life is but a fragment of your total being. And yet, in and of itself, it is everything. It contains all that is right now in this moment. The totality of creation is in every single moment that you experience. It's just your perspective of it. But everything is here, and everything is now. So be here now, for there is no other place and no other time to be. It's the only place you will ever be. It's the only time you will ever exist in. For there is nothing else. There is nothing outside the now. There is nothing beyond the here. Everywhere you are is always going to be here, and it's always going to be now. So let go of needing to be anywhere else, anywhen else, because there is no such thing. It's an illusion. The more you are here, the more you allow here to become another version of here. The more you are now, the more you allow now to become another version of now. But it is still here and now. All is contained in this infinite speck of now. All of space, all of time, all that you consider to be your physical reality is here and now, within you, within your consciousness, within your being, within your soul, within your spirit, within your heart, within your mind, within your body, within every cell of your being, within every atom of the cell, within every experience of energy, within every thought, within every moment. It's all here for you, right here and right now. Acknowledge who you are. Appreciate who you are. And allow who you are to be who you are. There is no longer any need to be anything else, and anyone else, and anywhen else, and anywhere else. Here is your home. Now is your existence. Acknowledge, appreciate, and allow. Take a deep breath in and feel the moment, and let it out. Take a deep breath in and feel the moment, and let it out. Take a deep breath in and hold it, and hold it, and hold it, and blow it out. You are breathing eternity. You are breathing infinity. You are breathing the now. It sustains you, It supports you. It is your life itself. Here and now is where you are. Here and now is where you shall forever be. Here and now. Allow yourselves to continue to breathe and to relax into the certainty of the moment. Allow your music to soften, your lights to dim. And as you drift within this now moment, acknowledge it as you acknowledge your existence. Appreciate it as you appreciate your existence. Allow it to be what it is, as you now are willing to allow yourself to be who and what you truly are. You are made of unconditional love, and that will never change. So fear not, fear not, fear not. But if you do, acknowledge it, appreciate it, and allow it, and learn from it, so that you may move beyond the fear into your truth and into your joy. For all is there to serve you if you would but use it that way. It is all to your benefit. It is always another aspect of here and now. And so are you. Our unconditional love to you all, our deepest appreciation. We acknowledge you, we appreciate you, we allow you, and we love you. Sweet dreams and welcome home.
All you will ever discover in the deepest, darkest, most fearsome abyss. You will discover nothing but...
Let us take a day to you this day of your time. How are you all? All right. All right, thank you. Once again, we thank each and every one of you individually and all of you together collectively for the co-creation of this interaction and the allowance of this transmission in this way at this time. Forming a link and a bridge between our respective civilizations, our respective consciousnesses, creating a new third reality in which we can all grow, learn, and play. So we thank you for the gift of your sharing and allowing us to experience all of you in this way. We would like to begin this transmission with the idea we have titled The Mechanics of Channeling. And we would like to begin by first reminding each and every one of you that have heard this before, and those that have perhaps not heard this yet, that your personalities, what you consider yourself to be as a person, is a channeled entity. Because you are greater beings, spiritual beings, much larger than just this personality that you express yourself as in physical reality. So in a very real way, because it is an artificial projection, a limited projection, a slice, in a sense, of what you are as a larger being, this person you consider yourself to be, when you look in the mirror, is actually being channeled into physical reality from the greater being that you are. So channeling comes natural to all of you, in a sense. Of course, you can do different things with it. You can adjust it, tune it, to express it in a variety of different ways. The idea of the diagram that you have before you, that was downloaded for you, explains this a little bit like the idea of circuitry. We are dealing with energies, we are dealing with frequencies, resonance, and we will begin by saying that all of you have shaky brains. The idea being that your brains are quantum resonators. And being that they tap into quantum realities through resonance, resonant identification, matching frequencies on the quantum level that then get translated into your macroscopic reality, you can, while you are bringing through the vibration, the channeled vibration of your personality, also key into other levels of your own consciousness, other entities that also may choose to match your frequency or you to match theirs. And generally speaking, as a diagrammatic explanation, the way this occurs, at least from our point of view, in our involvement with you, is this way. First and foremost, as you can see, there is the idea of information coming in, whether that be from us or simply information that exists within the fabric of existence itself, doesn't matter. But the idea is that first and foremost it encounters what you call your collective consensus reality agreement. Always we will filter the information that we deliver to you through your consensus reality to make sure we are not spilling beans and letting cats out of bags, running amok in your society with information that it is not appropriate for you, in your own estimation as a consensus reality, to know yet. So there will be imposed upon us a kind of filtering system that will block any information that may interrupt or intervene in a process that is inappropriate, to allow you the opportunity to experience the process you need to experience to arrive at the experience that you need to have regarding the themes that you are exploring in your life. Therefore, if there is something we should not tell you based on your consensus reality agreements, it is simply information we will not have access to, and we may not even know that we don't have access to it. It just won't be there. So what we bring through is always then, from our point of view, something that can be shared with you. Then the idea is that we will go from the consensus level reality, the consensus agreements, to your own individualized higher minds. And we will work with your non-physical higher minds, which is the other half of what you are as a person in physical reality. You have the physical mind and the non-physical higher mind working in tandem. This creates you to be a whole person, with half of you, so to speak, just to use a euphemism, standing on the mountaintop and half of you in the valley below of physical reality. The mountaintop non-physical part guiding you because it can see farther than the person in the valley can. So it will tell you, here's the path, go left, go right, walk straight, turn around, go back, go around. I can see the path, I'm guiding you. And the physical mind receiving that guidance and following along, ideally, that particular path by being in agreement, by being in harmony, by being in synchronous accord with the higher mind and functioning as a whole person. So we always work with the higher mind, again, to make sure that there is another filtering system in place that is going to deliver information to you that is appropriate for your physical mind, your physical personality to experience in the way that works best for you, delivered in that manner. Now, it's not always our job to deliver all that information to you. There are guides that you have. There are other beings you may be in contact with that you may know or not know about, who also have the job of delivering information to you in a variety of ways. As we have often said, one of the ways that is most often used by your guides is synchronicity itself, because they will often work best when they're using what's right in front of your face, the reality that you're already traveling through. And they can just give you the gentlest nudge instead of having to deliver an entire sermon in your mind to get you to turn when you need to turn and overhear what you need to overhear at just the right place and just the right time, and thus deliver the information that already exists in your reality along the path of least resistance. They allow themselves to be as unobtrusive as possible so as not to interfere with your process and your ability to be your own best guide by paying attention to those subtle signs that filter through. But as you can see, in terms of the channeling idea, the last level here is the personality itself. And at the very core of the diagram, you see that little circle that is divided into black and white that represents the positive and the negative belief systems within the personality structure. But surrounding that, you can see a circle that has bars running one way or another. The idea is that that is the filtering system, the energetic filtering system of your own personality structure, the artificial construct that you're channeling through, and it takes its orientation, the filter takes its orientation based on not only the themes you chose to explore, but based on either the positive or negative belief systems that are harbored within the personality structure. So down below, you can see that there are different states, different orientations that this filter can be in. The first one you see is where all information is allowed through, unimpeded, unfiltered, in a balanced way. The second you can see is a total blockage of that information, setting up a barrier for that information to bounce off, in a sense, or return where it came from, or not get through as clearly as it could. Then you can see the orientations that are represented by the idea of positive spin to the information or negative spin to the information. Again, the idea is to understand that this filter, this circle with the bars, is fluctuating and resonating all the time. It's not just standing still. It's going this way, that way, up, down, sideways, block, 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 let through, positive, negative, negative, positive, block, 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 let through. It's rotating all the time, very, very quickly, to determine what information needs to get through, is not wished to get through, is afraid you'll get through, is desired to get through, all these different kinds of things, again, taking their cue, not only from your theme of exploration, but from your positive and negative belief systems. Now, the idea of the orientation, positive spin up, negative spin down, as you see those two 45-degree angles, which is just a diagram representation. The idea there, however, is that that is actually representative of a false positive and a false negative. In other words, you can actually allow yourself to put a positive spin on something that is actually in a negative state. Or you can allow yourself to put a negative spin on something that might actually be representative of positive energy. For example, when people in your society are perhaps saying that anxiety is actually excitement, and they're covering up their fear-based beliefs with the idea, putting the positive spin on it, that it's actually excitement and not paying attention to the negative beliefs, that's the false positive. Or the idea that your true excitement, that which really could be representative of being in alignment with your true self, is being given the negative spin of dampening down that excitement because of the fear of going forward in that direction. So the actual ideal channeling state is the first orientation where all the information flows through. And so really, ideally, you want that filter to not fluctuate very much at all. You don't want the positive spins up. You don't want the negative spins down. You don't want the blocks. You want it to be free-flowing so that all the information coming through whether it's being presented in whatever spin is coming from the source and not being filtered by the personality construct based on the belief systems. So allowing yourself to divest yourself of any negative belief systems, and also allowing yourself to remain relatively neutral about the information coming through will allow that filter to remain, generally speaking, in an orientation that will allow the information through in the most unfiltered way possible. This is the ideal state. And when you allow yourself to balance yourself, your physical personality with the higher mind, then this circuit path follows this path of least resistance and brings through a full expression, not only of your own true personality that is most in alignment with the higher mind that will allow you to move through life and explore your theme of exploration in the most balanced way possible, but then the idea of connecting to any other entity that might also be capable of delivering information through you can also be allowed to come through in a way that is the least impeded, the least obfuscated, the least spun, so to speak, so that it comes through clearly, comes through directly, in a neutral way, just being delivered for its own sake, and then leaving it up to you whether or not to absorb that in your life, incorporate that in your life, without coming through with any kind of spin of, this is the most amazing information ever, you shouldn't listen to any other information, or you should do what I say, because if you don't, you're going to be in trouble. Those are the positive and negative spins. The idea is just let it be neutral so that you get to decide what is appropriate for you, so that you get to go through the process of taking that information and making it your own, so that you get to choose whether or not to match that frequency of that information and whether or not to decide it is true or not for you. Is this making some sense? So this is the basic circuitry of the idea. Again, coming from source, always going through the idea of the consensus agreement, which can change. Always going through the idea of the higher mind, which again, can change. Going into the physical personality, which obviously changes all the time. Based on the core ideas of the positive and negative beliefs that you hold to be true within you, and allowing that filter to spin and resonate in a way that is most representative of ideal balance, so any information that you need to access in your life from whatever source can come through in the most unfiltered way possible. How does that sound? All right. So, you can let yourselves, at your leisure, in another time, simply absorb these diagrams. You can see more from it when you meditate on it, when you focus on it, allowing yourself to crystallize this idea for yourself and see how these diagrams actually feel in your mind, in your higher mind, in your consensus. Allowing yourself to use these diagrams in a way to imagine the circuitry of the energy and the information passing through you, and allowing that filtering system to resonate at the proper quantum frequency to maintain that path of least resistance flow for the information coming through. Making that identification, making that synchronization, making that harmonization that works best for you. And allowing everyone else to do the same for themselves, because when everyone is allowed to be at that perfect resonant frequency, then you will all vibrate, you will all harmonize, you will all synchronize together through a vast ecstatic explosion of synchronicity in your life that shall expand and expand and expand and never stop until you explode. But that's fun. It's fun to explode in that way. You will explode into another version of yourself, and you will wonder where the old you went. Because you will truly be a new person, as you are every moment. But this idea will actually put you in touch with certain things going on in your neurological net to allow you a more visceral experience, a more physical experience of the fact that you're actually channeling your personality, and therefore you literally are a different person moment to moment to moment to moment to moment to moment to moment as you feed through from a higher source of yourself all the information that it takes to construct this artificial personality you call yourself, which is only a temporary presentation, a reflection in a shard, temporarily glinting into your eye, glinting into other people's eyes, mercurial, chameleon, mimic, always changing, always new. You may think it looks the same, but it never actually does if you look closely enough. This diagram can help you understand how to see these things in a far more graphic and visceral way in your physical reality. So take them in, use them if you wish. It's up to you. Or, if nothing else, you can put them in the bottom of your parakeet's cage and get some use out of the paper. So, we will thank you for allowing us to describe this idea to you this night of your time. Let it sink in. It will filter through you, and if you allow it to, it will help you make some of the adjustments that you would like to make in life with regard to who it is you consider yourself to be and what stories you are telling yourself that you believe to be true, so that you can change the story if it's not working for you, because that's what you are. You're a story. So, in return for the gift that you have given us of allowing us to experience you in this way, I ask you now, in what way may we be of service to you? You may continue with your questions if you wish at this time.
Good evening, Bashar.
And to you, good day.
How are you?
Perfect, and you?
I am not too bad. I'm not
too bad.
I'm
All
good.
right.
I'm good.
All right.
Bashar, it's a sort of a personal question I have.
Yes.
I am just after coming from Peru.
Yes.
And I had a retreat down there, and with the ayahuasca,
Yes,
Mother
yes, yes.
ayahuasca, and I just wanted to know if you and I said hello, because I believe we did.
You said hello to an aspect of our collective personality.
Okay.
You tapped into our domain frequency of our reality, our dimension, but many others as well. We are part, again, as we have just explained, of an agreement that has been made within the collective consciousness of your reality, of your culture, of your civilization. Therefore, when you start to expand your consciousness in this way through these kinds of teachers, you will often bump into things that are familiar to you about us and other beings that are part of that collective reality. So you are touching into us in some way, and you are getting a response from us in some way, but it's not exactly the idea of me as a person. It's the idea of the part of my consciousness that belongs to the collective that is interacting with your collective, but you're going to see the reflection that you recognized most easily, which is me, in that reflection, in that vibration that represents us all.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
It does, yes.
All right.
So what I was showing,
Yeah.
that is real. Like
Real in what sense? Can you use the information in your life? Can you apply the information in your life in a pragmatic way to expand your excitement and your consciousness?
Oh, I think so, yeah.
All right, then it's real, isn't it? How much more real does it need to be?
Yeah.
Reality is what you can apply, what you can use, what will make a difference in your experience of life. That's what's real. Yes?
Okay, yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
And so, did you have fun?
I did, yes.
All right. Are you still having fun?
Not as much since, no.
Not
but
as
much? I'm going home. I need to get back.
So you are saying that a plant is more fun than us?
No.
Is that what you're saying?
There was a little bit of doubt in Thomas.
A little bit of doubt. But
Yeah.
again, as we remind you, what is doubt but a 100% trust
In-
in a description you don't prefer?
Yeah.
So why are you choosing to buy into a definition you don't prefer? Is that one of the things you are learning to stop doing by having had that experience?
It's in a process, yeah.
All right, yes, it's a process.
It's a
But
process.
please do also understand that the energy fluctuations will change. It will fluctuate. And just because it doesn't feel the same now as it did then doesn't mean you're not operating at the appropriate state of being. You don't have to make that distinction and say, well, it doesn't feel quite the same. It doesn't necessarily have to. This level of it, this expression of it may be exactly perfect for this particular moment and the person you are right now.
It is, yeah.
So it doesn't mean that it in any way, shape, or form is actually less than what you experienced before. It's just different and perhaps appropriate to who you are right now in this environment as opposed to the other one.
Yeah. Understand, yeah.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
All right.
Absolutely.
Anything else?
Can I just ask you about the channeling? And
Well, yes.
the channeling in compared to Reiki or that sort of channeling.
Well, it's
we say
all
delight.
channeling.
That's okay.
Different expressions of the idea.
channeling.
There is a channeling state. Generally speaking, in your brain, the frequency is somewhere between 40 and 100 hertz, 40 and 100 cycles per second. Anyone that is in a deep meditation, anyone that is doing what they love to do, anyone that is in the zone of creativity is in a channeling state. How you express it is up to you.
And if you don't feel it, it doesn't matter.
Feel it.
Yes, feel
in
it
the sense
physically. So,
but if you're actually performing it,
yes,
then it's the same thing. Because
it doesn't
remember,
matter.
the idea of not necessarily feeling it may mean that you've become super conductive to it and there won't be any resistance there. So what's to feel? Because it's flowing unimpeded through you and there would be no feeling necessarily.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. Yeah.
Does that help?
It does indeed.
Well, thank you.
Thank you.
You may channel
Thank
yourself
you.
back to your seat.
Thank you.
And a you good day.
I have had actually many experiences of contact.
Yes.
In various forms. And,
Yes, yes, yes.
So, and I felt no fear during these
All
moments
right.
of
Thank
contact. Yes. And so I guess I want to know how to open those avenues a little bit more.
Are you acting on your highest excitement every moment that you possibly can with absolutely no insistence on a particular outcome? Hesitation usually means no.
Well, there is that job thing.
There is that job thing.
That
Yes.
isn't exactly my most ecstatic.
All right. Well, can you either do it in a more ecstatic way, or do you feel that if you move to doing something that actually is more representative, that will be capable of supporting you? Because if you don't,
yes,
you shouldn't move.
I do
All
feel
right.
that. And I feel that that's
Yes.
coming and
Coming
I guess,
in. When?
coming
Tomorrow,
in
the next day, next week, next month,
pretty
next
much
year?
Maybe tomorrow.
Maybe tomorrow. Oh, all right. And what would that be?
Well, I'm a writer.
Oh, you are?
Yeah.
Are you writing?
Yes.
All right.
Yes, I'm writing.
And so?
So I guess what I really want to know is about these various forms of contact that I've had. Like, I'm curious about this being that presented itself to me.
Yes. Well, do you believe that you can find out everything you need to know if you move forward in your life, following your excitement? And if you keep writing, if that's your expression of channeling, don't you think all the information you need to know will come out in that or other ways?
Yes, I do. I guess I'm
But?
just wanting to know it earlier.
You wanted to know it before you need to know it.
Well, that's not my only way of channeling is writing. It's also I
Yes.
tend to be psychic and
You
give
tend
people.
to
Well,
be?
I am.
All
and
right,
I
thank you.
tell people information that I get.
All
Via
right.
channeling.
So what more do you think you need to know right now?
I want to be able to control it more and open it up more and make
Control
it
it?
stronger. Well, I guess not control, but be more open
All
to
right.
to get more.
Yes.
And
Well,
have it be more
do
reliable.
you first and foremost trust the timing of what you do get?
Yes, I do.
Are you sure?
Yeah, actually,
All
I
right.
am.
So you trust the way your life is unfolding?
I do.
Then what are you asking
More recently.
But it's not going fast enough for you.
I guess not. No.
Why not?
That's,
Where else do you need to be? What's your hurry? What's your rush? Remember that the process is the point.
yes, the process is the point, and I guess I'm trying to enjoy the process more.
You are trying to enjoy the process more.
Yeah, and I don't want to
And
try.
what prevents you from enjoying the process as it already exists, at the rate it's already going?
Well,
Yes.
because
This ought to be good.
oh.
Because
I'm still having to do things that I don't find complete joy in.
I'm still having to do things. No, what you're saying is I still believe I have
still
to do
believe
things
I have to.
because I don't believe that the things that give me joy can support me. Isn't that what I said already?
Yes.
Well, then, if you want to accelerate the process, you need to get in touch with the beliefs that say your excitement can't support you.
Okay.
And when you divest yourself through whatever process that takes of those particular definitional beliefs, then you will start acting more in the direction of knowing that your excitement can support you. But until such time as you do know that, it wouldn't be wise to let go of the things you believe you do need for support right now.
Okay.
But the pace is up to you.
Okay.
You're the one with your hand on the throttle.
Okay.
Because you're saying, I don't believe that my excitement can support me. Of course, support can mean many different kinds of things.
Right.
If you are insisting on only one particular kind of support, only one particular kind or expression of abundance, that may be another sticking point for you.
Okay.
When you expand the idea of what support means, what abundance means, maybe by our definition. You remember our definition?
Yeah.
Do you?
Well, I guess not.
Because I'm going to ask you
not.
to repeat it to us if you say you do.
Okay, well then no, I don't.
The ability to do what you need to do when you need to do it, period.
Right.
The ability to do what you need to do when you need to do it. That's what abundance is. That's it. It can come in many forms. I understand that money on your planet is one of the forms, but it's not the only form.
Okay.
There are many mediums of exchange. You could be given a gift.
Yes.
You could have synchronicity, simply drop you somewhere you need to be. Being given what you need at that moment. Many forms of abundance. So you need to get in touch with whatever beliefs you may be holding on to because you have a belief that says you should, and find out what those beliefs are, and if they in any way, shape, or form are organized in a manner that doesn't allow you to move forward in the way that you prefer to, find out why you would be holding on to it, because that's usually the result of another belief saying that you need it.
Okay.
When that may not be true. Most likely it's not. So get in touch with them, let them go, and the more you lighten your load of negative beliefs, the faster, in a sense, you'll experience the acceleration.
Okay.
Yes?
Yes.
So that's the only thing that's ever holding you back. Please remember, the beliefs that belong to you, the baggage, if you want, that belongs to you, doesn't weigh anything.
Okay.
The only time you feel slowed down, weighed down, that you're carrying more than you ought to be, that's your first clue. You're carrying around beliefs that don't belong to you. You're carrying around someone else's baggage that you bought into somewhere along the line. Drop it. It doesn't belong to you. Your beliefs never weigh you down, the ones that are in alignment with your true frequency. So any resistance is your first clue. You're carrying a belief that doesn't work for you. Okay. It doesn't even belong to you, but you think it does. You believe it does, but it doesn't.
Okay.
Does this help you?
It does. It does.
All right. Yes.
I wanted to ask about the geometric light configurations. Is that contact as well?
Well, of a type.
Of a type.
You're tapping into other dimensional realms that can express themselves in those geometric ways. You're looking at the underpinnings, the underlyings of the idea you call different realities. The structure, the geometric structure, the skeleton.
Okay.
Yes, if you want to be poetic about it, the bones of God.
Okay.
Yes?
Okay.
Does that help you?
It does. And
Isn't that a very writerly phrase?
Yes, it is. It is.
All right.
It is. And this actual being that I saw, can you? I've been wondering where this being is from.
Oh, really?
All
right. Well,
I've never seen anything like it.
All right. Well, here is what we're going to suggest to you.
Okay.
You are going to, when it is enjoyable for you, sit down, take a piece of paper and a pen or a pencil, and you will write about that being.
Okay.
And the entire experience, and see what comes up, see what occurs to you in that moment when you let your mind flow.
Okay.
Yes?
Okay.
All right. So, will that help?
It does. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Hey, Bashar.
And to you, good day.
I just want to say thank you for sharing your information with us.
All right. Speak up and be bold so that all may hear what you have to share.
I also have a question about beings as well.
Yes.
Lately, I've had some crazy dreams.
Crazy dreams. Our favorite kind.
That have kind of scared me a little bit.
Scared you? Why?
I guess it was just the feeling I wasn't really
In control.
and aware of what was happening at the time.
Would you like to be more aware of what is happening so you can feel more in control?
Yes.
Oh, all right. Then before you go to sleep, ask for more awareness of your part of the agreement in those encounters. And it will eventually start to grow within you. More recognition, more awareness of your agreement. Take more responsibility for your part in the experience and approach these encounters as an equal, knowing that you are in control because you made these choices. Whether you remember making them or not isn't the issue. You can remember. So ask for more awareness, ask for more responsibility for your part in the encounter, and you will start to have more conscious recognition and more control of what's going on.
Okay.
Does that sound workable for you?
Yes.
Anything else?
Is there a way to find out where they're visiting from?
I just gave you the way.
Okay.
Because you will receive more information when it is appropriate for you to receive it, when you bring yourself to a point where you are the person that is capable of actually receiving it.
Okay.
Make sense?
Yes.
Anything else?
That's everything. Thank you.
Pleasant dreams to you.
Hi, Bashar.
And you, good day.
So what is the most exciting thing to you about us?
Everything. Did you think there was just one thing? One most exciting thing?
When
the most exciting thing about you to us is whatever we're interacting with at any given moment. That's the most exciting thing at that moment.
Well, sometimes humans don't seem exciting. There's this moment that seems like, okay, this feels a bit redundant to this experience.
Yes, but as we have said, there are no boring situations, just bored minds. And this is because of definitions that you have, that you are projecting onto the circumstance. Nothing is ever really redundant. Nothing is ever really redundant.
I got that. So, as far as as a human being that has been here, that has perfected this experience, has lived in their excitement, followed their bliss, is there someone that you know about from our history, from the human experience, that has nailed this experience?
Many of what you call the idea of master teachers have pretty much nailed the experience, and some of them have even been nailed by it.
Can you point to someone? Is there someone specific that you, as...
The Buddha nature, the Krishna spirit, the Christ consciousness, Wovoka, many beings have been master teachers on your planet that understand what we're saying and have lived that way. There are many people on your planet now that still do. A lot of them are in what you would call indigenous cultures, the idea of the medicine men and women, so on and so forth. The idea of the shamans very often will have an understanding of these principles and live by them. But all of you have the potential, that's the point. It really just takes a willingness to be yourself. This is why it all renders down to your so-called biblical phrase, know thyself. That's really the total secret. When you know yourself really well, then you can understand your relationship to existence, to creation. And then you can live that relationship in a very natural, full way. And it is a relationship of unconditional love and ecstasy.
And would you say that that is the pinnacle experience of the human experience?
It is a pinnacle experience, yes. To know yourself.
Love and ecstasy and to know the self.
Yes, that's the expression. That's your experience of being most harmoniously synchronized with your true frequency, yes.
And would you say that that is also your pinnacle
Absolutely.
experience? So it's just on level after level
Yes,
after
it
level.
never,
until you
ever,
can-
ever, 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 ever ends. Ever. Sorry, it is infinitely redundant. But always new. From a new point of view. Remember, the structure of existence never changes. It's your point of view and your experience of it that does. That's how creation expands. You have to have, and are, a different point of view of the very same structure. Everyone is a different point of view of the very same structure. Yes? Does this help?
Yes.
Anything else?
No, thanks.
All right, thank you. At least that's how we see it.
Hello, Bashar.
And to you, good day.
I'm really excited to be here.
Oh, we are really excited you are there.
Yay. So I do psychic readings on the phone. And
oh, all right. You
yes.
tell the phone its fortune?
Yeah. Well, so sometimes I'm just like on Facebook or just like doing other like things, just
Yes.
like, and the calls just come.
Yes.
And sometimes it's hard for me to tap into that channeling state.
All right. So sometimes you are in alignment with it and sometimes you are not, and that's okay.
Mm-hmm. So I'm wondering how I can like just go there like right away, like.
You can go there right away by sometimes being okay with being in alignment with it and sometimes being okay that you're not.
Oh.
That's the paradox.
Yeah.
Let it come as it needs to come. Let it unfold as it needs to unfold. And learn from whatever's happening in the way that it's happening instead of assuming something's going wrong.
Yeah.
There is something there for you to learn, therefore something's going right. If you give it that spin, you will experience it that way. And you will understand that everything then is working perfectly, even when it seems not to be, because you know how to use it in a way that allows it to have a beneficial effect in your life. Even though it may empirically not be something you prefer, you know how to use what you don't prefer in a way that you do prefer.
Wow.
Is this helping?
I'm going to digest that.
Oh, all right.
So using it.
Would you like a mint?
Oh, yes. So, no, like, because I get self-conscious because the clients are paying by the minute, and
They're paying by the minute.
yeah, or
Oh,
like
all
they're
right.
they're paying like $1 a minute, and I'm just like, I want to always be like the highest quality to them.
If it is your intention to always be of the highest quality, then start to relax into the understanding that you are. It's just that you won't necessarily deliver what people expect.
Oh.
And sometimes, remember, just like healers, people may come to you with the idea that they cannot receive that kind of information. And therefore, in a sense, if you're not getting anything to give them, you've actually given them what they've actually asked for.
Yeah.
The inability to receive that information. So you've actually still given them what they've asked for. And if they ask for their money back, you can always give it to them if
Yeah.
they're not happy.
Okay.
Yes?
Yeah.
All right. So
Yeah.
you need to relax a little bit more into the understanding that everything is working perfectly in perfect timing. Whatever comes through is what needs to come through. And when you relax into the understanding that it won't always be what you think, it'll start being more often what it needs to be.
That really helps because like sometimes like the most random things come into my head and I
Yes.
really when I doubt I'm like I don't know, that's really random.
I
Should
know, that's
say it?
crazy.
And then I say it, I'm like, your cat has something to say to you?
Yes.
And they're like, oh my God, my cat, yeah, I'm moving, my cat is like being mean to me, I really want to.
Yes, yes, yes.
So it's like those like little things
All
that
right.
confirm.
Well, it's an issue of allowing yourself to trust yourself more.
Yeah.
Yes?
Yes.
All right. So, and like anything, the more you practice, the better you will get.
Yeah.
But again, there will always be those moments when it may not go the way you expect, and those moments are to be treasured. Yes? Congratulations for having things crop up in your life that you don't expect, because certainly you don't want your life to become redundant.
Yes. Thank you.
Yes?
Yes.
It's always an adventure. It's always something new. There's always something new to learn. There's always something unexpected around the next corner. That's the life you want to live.
Yes.
Yes?
Yes.
Not, oh, well, again, let's see.
Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you. I really trust that.
All
Trust
right.
myself.
Well, thank you. You are worth trusting. Yes, all of you are. You are worth trusting. Yes, sometimes we understand. You may be a little bit out of alignment, a little bit off the mark, but you can still trust that as part of your process to learn something from. So, in that sense, in the overall sense, you're all worth trusting. Yes?
Yes.
If you're willing to always investigate yourself in the most honest way you can. Always willing with the intention to know whether you are or are not in alignment with who you prefer to be. And if you always have that intention, then you will always have the course-correcting, self-aligning mechanism to bring you back into center, to bring you back into balance, because you're willing to. Yes? That's your intention, yes?
Yes.
All right. Does this help?
Yes, it does.
All right. Then
Thank you.
All right.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right.
Really, before you begin, this is all about having a little fun in your life, or a lot of fun in your life. Don't be so serious. Don't take yourself so seriously. Have some fun. Remember, the first step toward enlightenment is to lighten up on yourself.
Hello,
Yes.
hello, Bashar.
How do you? Good day.
Thank you. I heard, I don't know where I heard this recently, but with all the shifts going on and people, there's a lot of more people channeling nowadays than we used to hear about. And
Yes.
I had heard that there are a lot of entities and beings surrounding us, waiting for somebody.
Well, they're not
to
really
come
waiting.
through.
It's not like they're just sitting there ho-hum. They have busy lives too, you know, but they're aware when someone is able to make a connection, and if they're willing to participate, then yes, they can make a beeline for that connection. But that
Okay.
doesn't mean they're just sitting around in some sort of spiritual waiting room, reading spiritual newspapers, looking at the number on the wall. Ding, number 7, you're up. Oh, thank goodness. I've been waiting here for a millennium for that person to get their act together. No, they're not waiting. But yes, there are beings all around.
Okay, so we can tap in. I tap in through the talking board.
No,
So-
all right. That's your permission slip.
Right, and my angel comes through, guides.
Yes. And so what do you
Edgar
do
Allan
with this?
Poe came through once.
Oh,
We
all
wrote
right.
a poem together.
All
I
right,
hope
and-
it was really him and not a trickster. So I'm having
Yes.
I'm having a lot of fun with that, and
All right.
that is just like my highest excitement.
All right. And so, now what?
And so I think I'd like to channel more without the board. And
Well, then go ahead.
So that's what I'm going to work on.
Oh, all right. Have
So
fun
thank
with
you.
it.
So one of those guys waiting in the spiritual cafe up there, hopefully my number will be up and they'll
When they're done with their coffee,
right.
don't rush them.
So then I wanted to ask something a little bit about your world. I don't know if
Yes.
this question's ever asked before, but
Sometimes. But
Daryl's,
you can ask.
Thank you. Daryl's been channeling you for a long time.
Not really. Only 31 of your years.
Right. And how in your world is that a long time? How long do you guys live over there?
Well, we live to about an average of 300, but the idea is that time for us isn't what it is for you. The idea is very different from our experience. We experience in a very accelerated way the idea of space and time, very flexibly, very malleably. In the entire channeling that you recognize has taken 31 years of your time over that span. To us, it has been about 6 months.
Mm-hmm. And I've heard you say that you're a pilot.
Yes.
And do people have to go to? I think somebody said you guys don't have to go to school because you know
We get
everything.
trained.
You get
no,
trained.
no. We don't know everything.
Okay.
We know what we need to know. But we
And-
do get trained.
And are there like here? There's class systems. There's poor people. There's rich people. There's
No,
middle class.
we don't
you
have that.
And so people can just really do what they want to do.
Yes, the entire civilization is completely run and organized by synchronicity. People are where they need to be, when they need to be there, with whom they need to be, to learn what they need to learn, to get what they need to get. It works automatically because we all operate that way.
Okay, that's great. Yeah, here it seems like people are struggling to do
Yes.
the job they want to
Because
do.
they're not
they can't,
being
they don't-
themselves.
Right.
When you are more yourselves, synchronicity will take over. It's automatic. It's an automatic, self-perpetuating guiding mechanism. This is one of the things that we're sharing with you. That's how it works. Let it work. You don't have to make it work. The fact that it's not working is because you're trying to make it work. Just let it work by being yourself and let the current carry you along. The actions that you do will then be effortless. You will take the actions, but you'll be riding the current, riding the wave. You will not be expending energy, but gathering energy, increasing your energy as you ride the current and do the things and take the actions that are natural for you by being in the natural flow with the eddies and currents of creation. You ride the wave. So our civilization, we all ride the wave. It's that simple.
And does that mean too, so if you live about 300 years, if someone passes away, are you not as devastated as we are in humans because you know you're riding the wave and everything's it's a different
Well,
thing?
yes, and we're also not devastated because we don't lose contact with them. They've just shifted into another state that we can still communicate with.
Okay, awesome.
And so can you. So stop creating those divisions in your definitions, those ideas as if they are actually barriers. Every single non-physical being and every other being in creation is about this far away from you in frequency.
And do you have pets like cats and dogs?
There are animals on our planets. They can come and go as they wish. Sometimes they decide to hang around and sometimes they don't. We don't keep pets in the way that you do.
Do you guys eat?
Not anymore, we used to. But now we simply subsist on the idea of the electromagnetic energy of our world. We no longer sleep either.
And so eventually we'll be at, since you are Daryl's oversoul, his future will
Not
be...
the oversoul, I am what you would call a future self.
So hopefully we'll be there too. And that's
It's not a matter of hopefully. This is the general direction many of you are heading and part of your evolutionary process. It's one of the reasons why we're interacting with you, because we are painting a map for you of where you're headed in general. There will be some specific differences, but in general, you are following in our footsteps.
I hope so. Thank you.
You don't have to hope so. You have to choose so.
And what if some of us choose and some don't? Because
Then some don't, and they don't experience it.
Okay.
They will experience a shift to another Earth that is more representative of the choices they have made. Because you're shifting all the time between parallel Earths that already exist that are representative of every possible state of being you can possibly imagine. Those that have agreed to share similar ideas will experience the idea of shifting to a similar Earth. Those that don't won't. Right now, you can experience the overlap of many different kinds of people that have many different kinds of belief systems, even opposing ones. But eventually, that won't be the case. Eventually, you won't be able to see each other anymore. You won't be able to experience each other anymore when your vibrations become too discordant.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you so much.
Well, you're welcome.
Good evening, Bashar.
And to you, good day.
I'm so happy to be here to talk to you.
Oh, all right. We are happy to.
Oh, great. So I'm trying to understand what you're talking about, this contact and channeling.
Yes.
Are you saying that contact happens more easily, readily when we're aligned with the highest, greatest excitement?
Yes, because you're in the flow of the kind of vibratory level that is representative of the beings that you're talking about having contact with. You become more similar to us, and that makes it easier for interaction to occur.
So the vibration, the resonance, the energy starts to meet up and align.
Yes. That's how anything happens.
Well, so this is what takes me back in my life. When I was really young, I had a lot of contact.
Yes.
From the age of 2, I had a lot of extraterrestrial contact, and then guardians and angels and all kinds of beings.
Yes, yes, yes.
And to this day, I still communicate with a lot of them.
Yes.
But the ETs don't seem to be around.
Oh, they are.
Oh, are they?
You're talking to one right now, aren't you?
Yes, I am.
Where did I go?
Where'd all the ETs go?
I beg your pardon? I'm not real?
Yes, you are.
All right.
So, I mean, in my personal life.
I understand.
Yeah.
I'm just playing with
I know you are.
Nevertheless, there are patterns to these things and timings to these things, and there is also purpose to not necessarily remembering the contacts you actually are still having.
Okay.
Because again, the idea that you forget some of these contacts is used by all of us as a measuring device the rate at which you remember that you've had these contacts, we use to determine when you're ready for more contact. So sometimes there is purpose in forgetting.
It also can shift, though, too, to other beings.
Yes, it can.
Okay, so there's a group of beings I'm communicating with now
Yes.
who are ethereal.
Yes.
It's a collective group.
Yes.
They say they know you.
All right.
And they always tell me to come ask you my ET questions. They won't answer those for me, so that's why.
That's because the ET questions are my job, not
That's
theirs.
right. That's what they told me. They said theirs are another nature.
Yes, we are of a different nature.
Okay. So
Yes.
are you equating then, how am I trying to say this? Okay, so are you equating that if you, okay, let's say, for example, I want to bring in the ETs more. I'm not just, that's just an example. Other people might want to bring in other kinds of angels or something.
Yes.
We just have to believe that. We just have to know that. We just have to align with the energy.
But you also have to act like you know that. And the easiest way to do that is to act on your highest excitement, because excitement is a complete kit that contains every single thing you need to experience in your life that's relevant for you. So if you've made agreements and you've made appointments, just by acting on your highest excitement to the best of your ability with no insistence on a particular expression or outcome, everything that is relevant will unfold in perfect timing in your life. Everything. It contains everything. It's a complete kit. It leaves nothing out that's relevant for you. So all you have to do to accelerate yourself and bring yourself to those moments when others can interact with you on whatever level, you just need to keep moving forward in your excitement every moment that you can.
Period.
Period. It's the entire formula. I know, it sounds too simple to many people on your planet. I know you like to complicate things, but it really is that simple. Excitement is the energy that supports you in whatever way it needs to. It's the driving engine that moves you through life. It's the organizing principle that gives you synchronicity and perfect timing. It is the path of least resistance that allows you to flow through your life in the most effortless way. It is the thread that connects to all other expressions of your excitement in life. It is the reflective mirror that reveals to you anything going on in your unconscious or subconscious mind as a belief that might be out of alignment with your excitement, so that you can be aware of it and bring it back into alignment. It is a complete kit. It has every tool. It is a self-guiding, self-perpetuating, self-expanding system. And if you just act on your excitement to the best of your ability, with no insistence on a particular outcome, you open up the kit to allow it to work for you. And then all you have to do in any situation that crops up based on the actions that you've taken is to always give it positive meaning, so you can always extract a positive effect. That's it. A, B, C, done. That's the formula.
Very well
That's
said.
it.
Wow.
You can apply to every single area of your life.
Wow.
That's it. It's that simple. We have, for 31 of your years, been saying that in as many ways as possibly can be said, so that everyone who wants to receive that information from another angle, another point of view, another way of expressing it, can do so. Or not.
Yeah. So
Yes.
being aligned
Yes.
with your higher mind, your higher self.
Yes.
That's how you follow your greatest excitement. When you do that, you align yourself with that greater part of yourself.
Yes. Excitement. That sensation
Oh, yeah. I know what it
is
is,
your
yeah.
physical body's translation of a communication from your higher mind saying, do this now. When you take the action, you're going, I hear you, loud and clear, so I'm taking this action, and that's your response to the higher mind, and then you've started the dialogue rolling, and now the higher mind can send you more things to excite you, bigger things to excite you, because it now knows you're willing to take action on them. Anytime you resist, anytime you hold back, higher mind says, oop, not ready. Not going to give you more until you're ready for more. But when you take the action, it will always give you more. And what it gives you, you are capable of doing. It won't give you more than you can handle. So don't doubt yourself, don't diminish yourself, don't devalue yourself. When something is presented to you that's representative of your highest joy, if it is truly, act on it to the best of your ability. And remember that sometimes the form in which your excitement comes doesn't mean that the form is the thing that needs to come to fruition. Sometimes you just need a carrot dangled in front of your face to get you off your butt. But you don't always necessarily have to catch and eat the carrot. Sometimes it just gets you moving, and then the real thing that needs to excite you now can actually present itself to you, because you finally changed and shifted your state of being by acting on the first thing, which may not need to come to fruition. That's why you follow the thread of excitement with zero insistence or assumption as to where it's leading, except that you know it will always lead you to where you need to be. Yes?
Yes.
Is our energy blowing things over?
I'm thinking that did.
All right, we'll tone it down a bit.
No.
But you get the point.
I do.
That's how it works. That's the formula. This is just physics. Nothing mysterious about it. It's just resonance, energy, physics. That's it. What you put out is what you get back. So be clear on what you're putting out. Yes?
Great. Thank you so
Does this
much.
help you?
Oh, absolutely.
Oh, all right. Well,
thank
thank
you.
you.
Hi, Bashar.
And to you, good day.
I have a question regarding what you said at Sedona.
Yes.
About the archetypal energy of contact now being
Yes.
here.
Part of the overall archetypes now of your collective consciousness.
So is there some archetypal energy that has now joined your consciousness that has come from us that
Yes.
would be like a mirror?
A reciprocal energy, yes.
Okay, that's awesome. You
If you
talked
say so.
about... Yeah, I do say so.
Oh, thank you.
So you're a pilot.
Yes.
Did you build your ship?
I participated in the construction of it, but our ships are actually grown.
Okay.
They're a crystalline structure.
So part of your training was being there while it was growing.
Yes, because the intelligence of the ship is keyed to our frequency so that we are bonded in that sense as a pilot and a ship that can telepathically communicate. No one else can fly that ship, just me.
And you're in that ship now.
I
you're
am.
saying? Okay. The reason I'm asking these questions is I've been recently excited about exploring what the steps that we may take or I may take personally to construct a ship.
Well, your technology is very far away from
Yeah.
constructing them in the way that we do, but that doesn't mean you can't construct ships. In fact, many people on your planet over history have actually found the basic technology for the idea of what you would call levitating ships. It's just that many of your cultures don't allow it to come to fruition.
So that some of that information may not be passing through due to that collective consciousness that you're referring to earlier? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, because if you are putting systems in place and allowing systems to remain in place that you know are filtering that information out of your culture, then as long as you keep supporting that system, it will keep filtering out that information. So it's up to you, it's your planet, to change the system in a way that allows that information to come through and be expressed. It's your world.
Okay.
Yes?
Yeah. Thank you.
You're welcome. Is it interesting to note that your decor this evening represents fall? Seems to be living up or down to its name.
It's pretty funny watching everybody try to figure this out.
Well, that's one way to look at it. Or perhaps you could look at it like this. Or like this. Yes, Nania.
Hello, Tadeo. We have, I would say, about a half an hour.
All right.
How many names would you like me to choose? 5, the number of humanity. Was that telepathy?
Yes.
Because we said the same thing at the same time.
Because you're on the same wavelength and have the same thoughts at the same time.
I think that's really cool because a lot of people still think that telepathy means like you're hearing another person's thoughts, or
No.
you're not.
You're hearing your own thoughts that happen to be very, very synchronized with another person's thoughts.
So when you hear a voice in your head
Yes.
that sounds like you talking to yourself, and then all of a sudden maybe you hear a different sort of tonal voice or something like that.
You're just crazy. Just kidding. Remember that you're flipping through different frequencies at different times and can be picking up on different things, just like your radios can tune through different frequencies and pick up on different shows in the airwaves. So sometimes you will key into other vibrations and have thoughts that are similar to other entities and other consciousnesses on other levels, because you're always scanning to some degree.
So is the reason that they sound different, like different voices sound different in your head?
Yes. It's representative of the different frequencies, the different reality levels that you may be tapping into. At least that's one thing.
So the way that you could ensure you were hearing a high vibrational voice, what would it sound like?
It's not so much that. It's more the idea of the visceral feeling you would have as to whether it is a centering, balancing, self-empowering kind of vibration or not. Does that make sense?
Yes. And,
all right.
And how about if it's like just someone on your own level and you find that you're hearing their voice as if they're talking to you, but they're actually in another room?
Then the idea you call barriers of space and time are beginning to come apart at the seams and break down and become much more flexible and malleable, as we have said is one of the symptoms of going into fourth density, higher level reality.
So you're actually hearing that person, or again,
You're
it's
hearing
still...
yourself, but you may be matching their frequency more closely than you think, and vice versa.
So basically you can even get to the point where you start to decide, I want to communicate with this person, like someone who's passed, or, I mean, another, you know,
yes,
that
but
way.
it doesn't have to be quite so formal, and more often than not, it's more spontaneous than that. You just shift into the idea of the state that is representative of who you need to communicate with at that moment, rather than going, well, I want to do this now. You can start that way, but it becomes much more fluid when you get better at it, and you don't have to go through that part of the process anymore. You just automatically shift to where you need to shift to hear what you need to hear from whom you need to hear it. That's the synchronicity we were talking about.
And your intention would probably be important. Like, what if someone wanted to do a business deal and they thought, oh, I'm going to tune into the thoughts of such and such, Donald Trump.
Are you sure you want to get involved in that business? It's just a neutral question.
Well, I'm just basically offering that as one potential way a person, once they understand how this works, how they might apply it.
All right, but it's still always wise, Nania, to know what is and is Nania business.
So basically, the idea is not to do that with people who are, in a sense, sensitive, but only with your friends. Is that what you're saying?
You can open up to receive whatever it is appropriate for you to receive and see who clicks in. It doesn't have to be that specific, is what I'm saying. Okay. You can just open up and allow the slots to be there for whoever needs to line up with you in a way that serves all in the best possible way concerned.
Okay, so
you don't have to say, I need that person, I need that person.
Am I wrong in thinking that a lot of times human beings are so brilliant in their many ways that they can apply things that sometimes there's guidance needed about what's a positive way to work with these ideas and what's a way that perhaps is not the direction you want to go
Yes,
in.
and of course, again, it will be different for different people. But the idea is, again, if you just open up to knowing that the right person will be there at the right place at the right time with the right information, then you just don't have to be that specific, is all we're saying. You can allow synchronicity to work more fluidly for you rather than attempting to pinpoint it with your physical mind.
Right, and then you're just functioning on a synchronistic level.
Yes, as we do in our society. We never need to say, I need to meet that person. We simply open up to whatever needs are there, and we know the correct person will be there, or we will be the correct person for someone else.
See, you're really talking about a different approach to life.
Yes! Did that just sink in?
None of your business. Only kidding.
All right.
Yes, it did sink in.
All right, thank you.
So would you like me to choose 5 more names, right? Okay. I guess I'm getting a bit uppity. Sorry.
Well, we don't wish you to be downity.
Kate. You want to raise your hand? Danielle Malak. Lars Fernquist. Nathan Doctor? Nathan? Gifty Abada? I think that's 5. Yeah. Okay, that's the 5.
All right, step right up.
Bashar, it's an honor to be here.
It is always our honor to meet any of you.
Okay, so I'm quite ambitious.
Oh, sir. So formal, madam.
Yes. My short-term goal is peace in the Middle East. My mid-term goal...
Your short-term goal?
Yes.
Peace in the Middle East?
Yes.
Your long-term goal?
No, mid-term goal, world peace. Long-term goal, abundance and prosperity for all.
In that order?
Yes.
It has to happen in that order.
No, I believe that's the order it will happen in, but I'll be open to it happening in another way.
Oh, all right. Thank you.
So I'd like to know what I can do individually and what we can do collectively to bring those things to manifestation, and what kind of advice you could offer.
Well, you know I have been giving the advice, as I said, the formula.
Yes.
So somehow that doesn't apply here?
No. I'm following it. I'm fully following my highest assessment in every moment without
Then
fail.
whatever actions you can take in the direction of what you have called your goals is what you do.
Okay.
Participate however you are excited to participate in being an example, a living example of the principles you say are in alignment with your joy.
Mm-hmm.
Yes? So that others can see in you, by example, how someone lives in such a world.
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Wonderful. And can you give us some timelines when something like that would happen, like a world peace treaty or...
Definitely, as we read your collective energy now, before 2050.
Oh.
But there are many things happening before that need to adjust themselves and work themselves out, including the introduction of extraterrestrial beings to your society.
That would come first.
2025 to 2033.
Now, in terms of a society where there's abundance and prosperity for all,
Yes.
what kind of advice could you give in how that would be structured or how that would work?
Again, the idea is to understand that everyone needs to be allowed fully to be the true individuals that they are, instead of being attempted to be forced into something that they're not. When everyone is the true shape they were made to be, like a puzzle piece, then all the puzzle pieces fit and support the whole picture. And the whole picture can then support all the puzzle pieces that automatically fit. All the difficulty you're experiencing is because there are so many people on your planet attempting to be something they're not, instead of being allowed to be who they truly are. The idea of peace on your planet is not the product of everyone becoming homogenous. It's the product of everyone being granted pure individuality. Because when you are the individual you are, you harmoniously and synchronistically fit with every other true individual. That's the way it works. That's how it works on our world. We know it can work that way on your world, but many people on your planet first need to wrap their minds around the idea that that's even possible. The real, shall we say, the real challenge, the real negative challenge on your planet, the most important thing to change in terms of your mindset on your world in general, that will make all the difference in the world. You want to know what it is?
Yes.
Cynicism.
What causes that?
Self-doubt, self-fear, beliefs in lack of self-worth, belief in lack in general. Cynicism. There's not enough for you. There's only enough for me. You can't be right. That doesn't fit with my world. Therefore, I will mock you. Do you understand? Cynicism. The idea of the combination of ignorance and arrogance. CIA. C equals I plus A. Cynicism equals ignorance plus arrogance. Do you understand?
Yeah.
No offense to your clandestine organization.
Another issue, I had a horrifying experience.
Oh, how exciting!
It was horrifying.
Yes. How exciting!
And it's kind of, I think it's twofold. I've been researching the biblical prophecies and the Urantia book.
Yes.
And they talk about this.
Stop.
Okay.
All these things, including what we tell you, are permission slips.
Oh.
You decide what is true for you, and that's the reality you will experience. In any book, in any teaching, in any learning, including ours, you take from it what works for you and leave the rest behind. You may change and then take other things later, but at any given moment, what works for you, one from column A, one from column B, whatever tastes best at that moment is what you digest. Leave the rest behind until it works for you, if it ever does. You get to decide. These are all just offerings to find out what direction, what perspective you can use best. So you get to decide that. You don't have to swallow the entire book. Yes?
Yes.
Does this help? Pick and choose.
Okay. Do souls ever cease, or are they ever destroyed?
No.
Ever?
No.
Oh.
You are eternal, infinite. If you exist now, you always will in some form. You can't cease to exist because by definition, non-existence doesn't exist.
Okay.
That's its quality, to not exist. So if you do exist, you've already beaten the odds. You can only continue to exist because existence, isness, is the only quality existence has. So if you're already part of existence, you can only continue to be. You cannot become not being. It's not your quality. There's no room in non-existence for that which exists. Non-existence is already full of all the things that don't exist. Make sense?
Yes, it does.
So you will change form, you will change perspective, in a sense, but you, the identity you consider yourself to be, will always exist, because everything exists right now. There is only now. There is only here. You just think there are different moments. You just think there are different places. But everything you think of as a different place, and everything you think of as a different moment, is the same place and the same moment from another point of view. So everything is right here and now, and if you're just right here and now, and you exist right here and now, you always will, because that's all there is now. And you exist in it. There is never really a then or a when. That's just an illusion of your physical perspective. There is only now. When someone asks you, what time is it? It's always now, isn't it? You can't say, well, it's then. It's will be o'clock. It was o'clock. That's what it is. It was. You can't really do that. It's always now. Even if you have a photograph of something you consider to be in the past, you have the photograph now. You understand?
Yeah.
So you're recreating that photograph in your present. Does this make sense?
Yes.
So, even the idea that many people on your planet talk about saying, well, I'm going to ascend and ascend and ascend, and I'm going to blend with all that is, I'm going to blend with God. Yes, you can have that experience. The thing of it is you will have that experience from your point of view, and if you actually rise to the so-called highest level from your perspective, you will have that experience as God, because you never lose your perspective. You become all that is. You don't get lost in it. You're always you. No matter what perspective you have of yourself, you're always you. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Does this help?
Yes.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Konbanwa.
Konbanwa.
Hi.
O genki desu ka?
Genki desu.
Hi.
It's my great pleasure to be with you here again.
It is our pleasure as well to interact with you.
Yes. Wow. Wow.
Oh, well said.
Since the last time I talked, I've really integrated a lot of what you've told me.
All
how
right.
to bring the shattered mirror together, so to speak.
All right.
And that's been really fulfilling and
Yes.
magnifying in
Yes.
many ways.
Yes.
And thank you so much for that. I really
Well,
appreciate
thank
it.
you.
Yeah.
You're the one that chose to do it for yourself.
It's really exciting.
Yes.
Yes.
And so?
Well, it's been so much fun living my passion and putting all these principles in a true integrated sense and making it all work.
Yes.
I talked to
Allowing
you
it
before.
allowing it to work.
Allowing it to work. Very
Yes.
nice. I shared with you before, I have many different lives, but I've integrated more fully
Yes.
into one holographic person.
Yes.
And
Well,
been-
that's the idea of making those connections.
Yes.
Draw from those other simultaneous existences what it is that will allow you to become more of who you are here, just as they're doing for themselves too.
Excellent.
And so, thank you.
Thank you very much. Well, some other questions.
Well, there haven't been a question yet.
Oh, that's right. Maybe I'm just a little nervous. I'm so excited.
Oh, why? Do we scare you?
Yes.
We
Actually,
do?
I had a dream you turned into a triceratops. It was really funny.
Well, we do like things in threes.
Yeah. That's really good. That was really funny. It kind of blew my mind, and I woke up out of the dream, but it was cool for the most part.
Would you do us a favor?
Yes.
Would you step away from the microphone and come closer? And closer? And closer? Are you close?
I'm close.
Boom! Now you may go back to the microphone.
Oh, that was awesome.
Thank you.
It woke me up.
Thank you.
I'm living my dream. It feels good.
Yes.
I'm so excited to go dance tonight. It's
Oh,
gonna
all
be
right.
fun.
Go dance.
Every time I go dance, I send you guys some good energy because I want to dance with you someday.
Oh, all right. We're dancing right now.
Oh, great. It feels good.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
So, anything else?
Yes. I'd like to ask about the being I like to ask you about a lot, Masao, Hermes Trismegistus, Tot, and the lineage of the Hermetic traditions and the alchemical secrets of the
Well,
land of
that's a
Chem.
long conversation.
Okay. Okay. Okay.
So, Masao.
Yes.
Yes, all right. From what you would call the indigenous Indian population, Masao was a being that comes from a higher dimensional plane that helped guide them when they first arrived in what you call your North American continent. Not exactly what you would call an extraterrestrial, what we would prefer to call an in-betweener. That which lives in between the dimensions you understand, but can express itself in kind of a physical form in your reality and can often function as a kind of a guide or a liaison for those higher dimensionalities. And again, was that presented to the first indigenous population that wandered into the North American continent. Hermes Trismegistus, again, the idea being that this is a learned being, a learned master that had arrived at a level of understanding whereby he could express himself in a variety of ways with increased physical longevity, with great wisdom and compassion and insight into the workings of physical reality and the idea of electrochemical bonds and gravitational waves and spiritual energy and all sorts of things that became blended into the wisdom that that being did share as an ascended master, or in that sense a guide and a teacher. Will this do for now?
That is so cool. I have another question because
very quickly,
you know, I've have things in my body that you've commented on, such as implants and everything.
Yes, yes, yes.
And why would a being like that do that?
Well, there are many reasons for this idea, and again, as part of the hybridization agenda, a lot of it is being used as an information gathering device, an observational device, a location device, an alignment device. Many different functions to it to help you participate according to the agreement that you made to participate in the hybridization agenda.
Cool. So it feels like a to and fro thing, that it's like I feel it ramping me up and at the same time harmonizing with it.
Yes.
And giving it to and fro. Last thing, has a Sasani ever had the desire to go rogue from the collective consciousness?
Go rogue?
Yeah, go on its own, in its own direction, like totally fractaled off from...
You mean our entire civilization or a individual?
A individual.
Individuals can do whatever they wish, but we consider it to be a part of what it is they're doing with the collective for them to do whatever they wish to do as an individual. Because again, as we said, it's giving absolute validity to the individuality that creates the unity. So in a sense, yes, they could appear to go rogue, but going rogue may be exactly what the collective consciousness needs, and we'll use it that way.
Excellent. Very, very nice. Bashar, last super quick question. Have you ever had a romantic relationship with another species?
Another species?
Yes.
Do you consider humans to be another species?
Half and half, right?
Sort of.
Sort of. I love
That's
it.
another story for another time.
Oh, okay. We'll save that for another time.
All
Okay.
right. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bashar.
Good evening, Bashar.
And to you, good day.
So I want to thank you for the teachings that helped me a lot. To
All right. Well, thank you for absorbing them and making them your own.
Yeah.
Speak up so that all may hear what you have to share.
So I'm very excited. I came all over
No,
Israel.
speak up.
I'm very excited. I came all over Israel to fulfill my excitement. And
All
here
right.
I am with you.
Thank you.
And
Yes, now what?
I have recently experiencing a lot of visions in
Yes.
my meditations,
All
which
right.
are crystals and pyramids,
Yes.
and that are bringing me a lot of synchronicity with people with crystals and
All right.
a lot of
Congratulations.
good energies.
Yes.
It reminds me also of Atlantis and
Yes.
the Pyramid of Giza. I see myself as a being with no human structure in my meditation, receiving
Yes.
light.
Yes.
And I would like you to help me to understand what am I receiving. And
You are receiving energy, information. Everything is made of light. So you are receiving higher level information in the form of light, coded in the light, when you are harmonizing with the level of your beingness that is on that level, the level that has no name. So when you raise your vibration to that level in your meditation, you are capable of receiving information in a different way. This is similar to the idea of what's going on in the channeling. We are always sending pulses of information, coded in the idea of electromagnetic energy, and it is being translated and interpreted through the body of the channel. So it's a similar process to what you're experiencing.
So the information that I'm receiving, how can I know? When I ask, it tells me that it is from all that is, and is it correct?
Yes. Everything is from all that is, eventually, on some level. But if that's the way you need to interpret it right now, then that's the way that works best for you. The real question is, what do you do with that information? What do you do with that energy? How do you apply it in your physical reality? That's the real question.
Yeah. So
not where does it come from, but what are you going to do with it?
Since it's new to me, it's just the last weeks that I experience it.
But it's not really new to you. That's the point that you actually brought up.
Yeah.
So, what are you going to do with it?
I just feel that I'm completely different, that I look at things completely from a different point of view.
That's part of the process, yes.
I'm interesting. And actually, I have a challenge now.
How exciting. What is it?
How to speak this language to people which are close to me and don't understand this language.
Which language?
Of love and appreciation and knowing who I am without fears.
Well, again, you be the living example. You show, don't tell. You show what it's like to be a loving being, a compassionate being. Yes? And then they can see in your example how they can choose to be too, if they choose to be. They don't have to choose it, but at least you're giving them an option by being an example of that energy, of that compassion, of that love.
Thank you.
Of that power.
Thank you. And at the same time, in my channeling, when I channel in my meditation, I receive the information of a new earth, that all the humans that are upgrading themselves to this vibration of pure love will enter or transfer to this new earth.
Yes, well, as we said, you're shifting to new earths all the time, billions of times per second. But by staying in that state, by recreating that state, high resonant energy, unconditional love, then you chart a course through all that shifting through more and more and more reflective versions of Earth of that energy. Yes. But you're shifting all the time. You're shifting right now. You've all shifted billions of times in the course of this conversation, which is being recreated over and over and over and over and over again on all the different Earths that we're shifting to.
So my right brain understands it, but then my left brain is concerning about my children, if they will not transfer themselves to New Earth. So
do you love them unconditionally or not?
Yes.
Unconditionally. Yes? Unconditionally. Everyone is an eternal, infinite being. Nobody has to choose the same things you do in this life, but they can choose at some point. You have to know that they're ultimately okay, even if they don't align with you now. If you don't feel that they're ultimately okay, if you don't know they're ultimately okay, then you're the one that's reinforcing negativity within them too. You have to know that, give them an example, give them the option, give them the ability to choose to align with themselves more truly. But if they really choose not to at this point, you have to hold up your end by knowing they're going to be okay and that they are okay. Otherwise, you're not reinforcing their ability to choose something positive.
Thank you. So actually, I know it and I feel it, but my question is, in this transmission, will they physically think that I'm gone?
If they become too different from you, they may experience an absence of you in their lives and you of them. But not right now. But this is where it's heading. You're all getting on different trains, going on different tracks, and if you're really not on the same train, then eventually the tracks diverge to such a point where you don't see the other train anymore. This will happen over the course of several years.
So according to this, are there going to be 2 Earths or more Earth?
There's an infinite number. You're always going through an infinite number, billions of times a second.
So we're actually building a community of light beings, which
Yes.
are going to transfer
Yes.
into also new physical mode of bodies.
Yes.
So is my DNA changing now? And
All of your DNA is changing now. Markers are coming back on that have been shut off for thousands of years. Remember that you won't necessarily always look that different to yourselves or to someone who's on the same level. But if a person from, let's say, 300 years ago were to look at you right now, you would all look like you're glowing. But you don't notice that because you're familiar with it. You're used to it. You're used to operating on the level that you're operating on. You're used to your DNA vibrating at a different frequency. And so you don't necessarily see the difference that much, but someone from another time would notice it immediately.
Okay, so if I'm glowing now, all
Yes.
my other life in other time frames are influencing from my growing now as well.
They can be if they choose to be. They don't have to be.
So, for instance, if I have a life,
You
time-
didn't have the
No,
life. You're
another
connected
aspect
to another
of me,
incarnation.
I'm connected to another
Yes.
reincarnation, for instance, in Atlantis that was
Yes.
disappointed from something and is
Yes.
taking his guilt upon a mistake that he thinks that he does. By me
Yes.
doing my work, can I
Yes.
release him from this entity?
You can't release him. You can only give him information that he has to choose to use. But by giving the information, by radiating the frequency, at least, as we said, you give the person a choice. And they may choose to connect into it, and then they can say, yes, this connection I have made to this so-called future incarnation that is living this life of joy, I now recognize strongly enough, sufficiently enough, that I can call upon that energy, apply it in my life here, and change my life in positive ways. So thank you, future self.
Okay, so
But you can't make them do it.
okay, so is it? I understand it's possible that I took the light from another reincarnation, for instance, from the pyramids in Giza. What I sense all the time is the pure
Yes.
light and very strong light that is going into myself when I stand inside the pyramid.
Yes.
Is this lifetime was a place that I was a different being, or
Again, it's not you as a person.
okay? So
You are you. That person is that person. You're making an energy connection to each other. Now, it's possible that from the oversoul level, if you're going to be that you, then that you can say, I am both of these people. But as a physical person, you can't say you're that person or ever have been, because you're one person, they're another person. You both exist at the same time as extensions of the same oversoul, and therefore you're just connected that way, but you don't ever become another person. They don't ever become you as a person.
okay, so by clearing my negative beliefs and
Yes.
following my full excitement,
Yes.
I could choose to take the energy from this other aspect of my oversoul.
Yes.
And this is how it works. So I'm asking because I want to help other people to do my journey and how to explain it to them in their own language, which is, you know, like you are talking to us and you
Yes.
are filtering your information according
Yes.
to our understanding.
Yes.
My challenge is to filter my information now from my growth
Yes.
to other people that would like
But
to.
if you just act on your excitement to the best of your ability with no insistence on a particular outcome, then the way it needs to happen that would work best for you is the way it will unfold. Because as I said, excitement is a complete kit. It leaves nothing relevant out for you. So you will find the ways. It will come to you. Remember, you can't imagine what you're not already the vibration of. But when you're on that frequency, the kinds of thoughts about how to do things that you need to know will automatically come to you. But they can't come to you until you're that vibration. But when you're that vibration, those thoughts automatically come to you. You will know what to do. You will know how to do it. You will know what you need to know when you need to know it. Not 1 second before you need to know it, but not 1 second later than you need to know it. It will come in perfect timing. Just follow your excitement to the best of your ability with no insistence on a particular outcome, and let synchronicity be your guide. It's a complete kit. It leaves nothing out.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. That's it.
Okay, thank you very much.
Wonderful evening, Bashar.
And to you, good day.
My name's Nathan, and
All right.
one of my highest passions in this life is building educational systems. And
Oh, all right.
systems
How
for-
exciting.
Very exciting. And systems for people to synchronistically find jobs that they love.
Oh, all right.
So I was curious to ask you about, you mentioned your society, people learn by following their highest joy,
Yes.
synchronistically.
Yes.
In your society's history, were there any sorts of formal systems that you used as, say, training wheels to help people get
Yes.
to that place? Could
A
you
threefold system. Number one, you create a safe, interactive environment in which children can understand the consequences of their choices in a very safe way. Because then they can learn that they are as powerful as they need to be to create anything they need without hurting themselves or anyone else in order to do it. Also, allowing yourself to have these environments be very interactive, so it's allowing them to really understand their relationship to the reality in, again, a very visceral way, in a safe environment, so they can really examine and explore the idea of consequences of choices, play them out in a safe way, almost like the idea of taking a part in a play and really becoming that person, believing that thing, understanding and experiencing the consequences of the choices that that person they are playing will experience. And third, to make sure that any information that's important for them to know in that reality, to navigate that reality, to be guided properly, is adapted to their excitement instead of attempting to adapt their excitement to the lesson. That's the threefold educational system we began with that has resulted in the expansion of learning into pure synchronicity.
Beautiful.
Yes.
And then what about continuing that system as far as helping those children make the transition into...
But in our society, now they're being born into an environment and an atmosphere where they understand this automatically. They are instantly fed this information. It becomes part of their matrix, so to speak, by even being in our society. It might even, in your terms, be called now an instinct. It's just part of our genetic code to know these things.
Wow.
Yes.
Interesting. And then you mentioned too that the 31 years you've been interacting with Daryl's...
In your time, yes.
About 6 months in your time.
Yes.
Why is that? How does that shift of time?
We are in a different dimensional reality than you are, in an alternate universe. Our reality operates 10 times faster than yours, but we are also exceedingly flexible in our consciousness with respect to the concept of space and time. In fact, our consciousness in many of these conversations is actually, to put it in colloquial linear terms, sliding up and down our timeline. Sometimes you may be talking to us when we are 50 years old. Sometimes you may be talking with us when we're 137. Sometimes you may be talking with us when we are 250. Sometimes you may be talking with us when we are 299. But you won't necessarily know that. But we go to where our consciousness needs to go to attract the information we need to continue to have the conversation and access the information we need to dispense to you. So we are that flexible, that malleable. Even in the channeling state, the channel himself experiences a collapse of time. What to you may experience as a few hours, the channel may only experience as a few minutes. You experience this when you do what you love to do and it feels like 5 minutes has passed and you look up and it's been an hour, yes? So the idea is that we are so involved in the state of being present that what to you may seem to be 31 years, to us only feels like 6 months. And because we only experience the feeling of 6 months, we only age 6 months in your 31-year span. So when you live more in the moment and you feel like it's only been 5 minutes when you look up and you reconnect with society, with the consensus reality, and say, oh, I guess it's actually been a couple of hours, but it only feels like 5 minutes to you, you've actually only aged 5 minutes because you're literally creating time. So when you create the cessation of the experience of time, you're not aging. That's why living in the present makes you seem more ageless. That's how it works. Does this make sense?
Lots of sense.
Oh, all right.
So I can time travel.
In a sense. Although the classic science fiction form that you call time travel doesn't really exist that way. Because it's just parallel realities.
So is it possible for an individual to break from the temporal reality of the collective consciousness?
Of course it is. But still, in the classic science fiction sense, as you describe it, you're never actually going into your own past or in your own future, so to speak. You're going into a parallel reality that looks a lot like it. Do you want some kind of demonstration of this, how this works?
Absolutely.
All right. Imagine all of you right now that you are 10 years old. Take a picture of yourself. Take that photograph that comes out, lay it on the table. There it is, a photograph of you at 10. Now you grow up and let's say you're 20. Now take another photograph of yourself at 20. Lay it next to the 10-year-old photograph. There you are on the table, the 10-year photograph, the 20-year photograph. Now at 20 you decide, I'm going to invent a time machine. So you build the time machine and you take a photo of yourself next to the time machine. There you are, the 20-year-old with the time machine. You built it very quickly. And there's the third photograph. Now you step into the machine, you go back to your 10-year-old self, you find your 10-year-old self, you stand next to your 10-year-old self, and take another photo of you at 20 with the 10-year-old self. Yes? Now you put that photo on the table. What's the first thing you notice? The photo of the 10-year-old is still the photo of the 10-year-old. There's no 20-year-old in it. It didn't change. The photo of you as a 20-year-old with the 10-year-old is another photo. And they all exist at the same time as parallel realities. The 10-year-old you're interacting with isn't the same 10-year-old in the first photo. It's another version of you in another reality that you can interact with as a 20-year-old from another parallel reality, because all the photos exist on the table simultaneously. The first photo doesn't change. You understand?
So from this moment of now, I can reach to all of my past and future selves and interact with them. And
Past being parallel reality versions of it. Because that's what the past is. The idea of time as you express it is not what you think it is. All things exist now. So what you call the past, by definition, actually has to be another parallel reality that exists simultaneously with you. Because there is no real past. There is no real future. What you call the future, what you call the past, are just other simultaneous nows. Again, in the same way that when you watch a television program, you know there are hundreds of other programs going on playing at the same time, even if you don't see them. So they all exist now. All versions of you exist now.
Really cool.
Does this help?
It does help a lot.
All right, thank you.
And then at one point, last question, at some point, is there a time when either your collective consciousness or ours completely leaves this
physical reality?
Yeah, when all of time actually collapses together from our experience.
You can have that experience, yes, but that doesn't mean it's the end of things. Because time is a creation within existence. Existence isn't subject to time. Time is subject to existence. So you can create the experience of the end of time, but that doesn't mean you cease to exist.
So are there whole collective consciousnesses that exist outside of the experience of time?
Yes. As you understand it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, BASHAR.
And to you, good day.
I'm very excited.
Oh, you sound like it.
About the history of the Earth.
Yes.
And I think at one time you talked about the moon and its influence on the Earth and the catastrophes that happened long time ago.
Yes. About 10,500 of your years ago.
Right.
Was the last major catastrophes, and the moon was altered at that time by other beings in order to act as a balancing system so as to lower the probability of those catastrophes happening again.
Okay. How did the Earth at that time host civilizations more advanced than ours? And in what way?
How did it host?
Well, have the Earth ever hosted civilizations like yours?
Not quite like ours, but more advanced than where you are now, yes.
Where did all the knowledge go?
Well, within the cycles of the Earth, there have been catastrophes that have almost completely wiped out any sign of those civilizations, plus some of those civilizations just left the planet to move on to other things.
Okay. Are the signs that we see today, like the pyramid, like Machu Picchu, like the elongated skulls found down in Peru?
Well, those are remnants of relatively recent civilizations, yes.
Right, yes. Do the pyramids have anything to do with the 11,500-year catastrophes?
Yes. Again, things were encoded in it that would preserve knowledge in a way that would be very hard to destroy, so that the next generation, once they had arrived at a certain level of understanding, could glean that information from those artifacts and allow themselves to reclaim some of the knowledge that was lost in the ensuing years.
Are we doing that?
Well, yes, slowly. Because again, there is that filtering system that exists in many of your cultures that is afraid of that information and not letting a lot of that information come forward as fast as it could be.
Well, I hope I'll live to see that.
Well, you are seeing some of it, or we probably wouldn't be having this conversation.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good evening, Bashar.
Andrew, good day.
I'm kind of nervous, but I'll get through it.
All right.
Okay, so I want to ask you about a dream that I had.
Yes.
I was in the ocean, right above or right under the water.
Yes.
And it felt really, really amazing.
Oh, all right.
And I was conscious.
Yes.
And I began to descend under the water.
Yes.
And it became dark, and I became scared.
All right.
And I said, where am I going? And this voice said, you are traveling 7 layers under the ocean.
All right.
And I saw these eyeballs looking at me.
Eyeballs?
Yes.
All right.
They were really round. And
well,
then
yes,
these
most
beings,
eyeballs are.
Well, they were like bigger than normal, though, I think.
All
then
right.
these beings began to swim towards me.
Yes.
And they were afraid of me, but they were trying to attack me.
Oh.
And they were really dark.
Oh, how exciting.
Can you tell me what was going on? Because
Yes.
it felt extremely real, and I
know.
don't want to experience it again.
Well, what if you did?
I think I would be okay.
Thank
but
you.
Yeah, I would be okay.
All right. So, what's going on here are two levels of things. Number one, you're descending into deeper levels of your own consciousness and dealing with whatever fear-based beliefs you may have that are being represented by some of these beings. So in a sense, they're doing the job of putting you in touch with those negative belief systems so that you can do something about transforming them.
Okay, where are they from? Are they from Sirius or?
They are connected to Sirius, yes, but they're a kind of entity that actually does gravitate toward the idea of negative vibrations, but specifically for the purpose of putting you in touch with them, making you aware of them so you can transform them. So they're basically button pushers, if you want. They're pushing your buttons. They're showing you where you have areas in your consciousness that you need to work on to let go of definitions that are out of alignment, that are fear-based definitions.
So they are real, they exist.
They have their own autonomy, but nevertheless, they don't mean you harm. They're just attempting to put you in touch. It's their nature to put you in touch with those vibratory level definitions that are out of alignment with who you prefer to be so that you can do something about it.
Okay, so I'm not one of them because I thought that maybe I was one of them in their world.
There is some reflectivity, but nevertheless, it's still the idea that you are getting in touch and you're willing to go that deep, which is a strong thing to do, to get in touch with those negative energies that you wish to divest yourself of.
Okay, so perfect segue
Yes.
into my next question.
Yes.
So, my next question is, there is a certain group of people who have chosen to act out of fear
Yes.
and have chosen to totally eradicate whole ethnicities of people, enslaved groups of people,
Yes.
and the list continues to grow.
Yes.
What is their ultimate purpose for doing this?
Their
and how
ultimate
can I
purpose,
shift?
their ultimate purpose is to demonstrate to you the degree of lack of self-worth that exists in the society, the degree of fear that it exists in the culture, and therefore to do something about changing it, to do something about teaching them how to become empowered enough to know that they can get what they need without hurting themselves or anyone else in order to get it.
So how can we do that? Let's say, for example,
How can you do that?
Like
through
this-
love, through self-empowerment, through demonstration of your power, of your love, through discussion, through communication, through putting them in touch, getting them in touch, providing environment, providing communication to put them in touch with their self-empowerment, to teach them that they're not worthless, to teach them that they're not powerless, to help them find their power.
So what will your advice be?
I just
For
gave it
us,
to you.
no, hold on. For me
Yes.
to show these police officers that are continuously killing black men
Yes.
that they are powerful. How can I do that?
You need to use your imagination and you need to come up with ideas that can involve them with you in ways that put them in touch with their fears so that they're not afraid to face them. But you have to use your imagination in this.
Okay.
You have to use your own love in this.
Okay.
You have to use your power in this.
All right. So I've been seeing synchronicities in numbers, and right now it's 10-10.
Yes.
Is there a particular
One moment.
reason?
Begin a relationship with one of those people. Just one. Begin a relationship. A real relationship where you are really friends, where you're really showing and demonstrating to them that you actually have their best interests at heart, that you want them to find their center, their power, that you want to understand their point of view so that they will be willing to understand yours. Begin a relationship in as simple a way as you possibly can. Go to one of them and say, I want to get to know you. I want to understand you. I do not want to hate. I do not wish you to feel hate. We want to work together. It's my intention. I know it's your intention deep down. Let's find a way to do that. Let's go have a cup of coffee. Let's talk. Let's learn who we really are. Let's open up to each other over time. Let's find out who we really are as people. Can you start there?
Yes.
Then that's the
think
beginning.
I know a person.
That's the beginning. And then they will transmit that information to others of their kind.
Okay.
You understand?
Yay.
You will have, just to use this word, you will have infected them with love.
Aww.
Yes?
Okay, and the synchronicity in the numbers, does that mean anything?
Many times the synchronicity in numbers is just showing you at that moment like a road marker that you're in the correct vibration and on the correct path.
Okay, wonderful.
Thank you. That's it.
That's
That's
it.
That's
oh, the
That's
praying
it.
mantis.
That's
Wait,
it.
No, okay.
That's it. We'll talk about the overseers
of tea.
another time. We'll talk about the overseers another time. Thank you. Nania,
Yes.
time for your short break.
Yes, it
and your
is.
holotope experience.
Yes.
In which we will give a guided meditation to help crystallize and lock in the idea of the channeling circuitry. So take a short break and we will resume this transmission shortly. Let us continue this transmission in the following way. Allow yourself to become relaxed. Take a deep breath in and let it out. And as you continue to breathe easily and deeply, allow your lights to lower, allow your music to rise, and remain focused on the center of the holotrope. And allow the interplay of the changing lights to begin to be absorbed through your eyes and into the neurological net of your brain. And allow this information that you are now beginning to receive in this fashion, through this encoded light, to begin to create an environment and an atmosphere in which you become immersed with every breath. More and more deeply do you allow yourself to become immersed in this warm, supportive environment of encoded light that will transmit information along your neurological net and will include the vibrations not only from your physical mind, but your higher mind and the consensus reality as well, to allow whatever source of information that may be coming to you that is in alignment with your truth to wash over, to immerse your personality in this vibrant, soothing energy of encoded light that will allow the quantum resonance in your brain to begin to harmonize with the filter in your personality prism and the definitions within your personality structure to begin to synchronize and harmonize with every breath in such a manner as to allow for those fluctuations in the filter to calm, to slow down, and to cease, so that the alignment is steady, so that the alignment is clear, so that the alignment is transparent to all of the information that is relevant to come through to you. And as you breathe more deeply, more easily, and more effortlessly, and as your eyes absorb the encoded light in patterns that play across the holotope, you see the connections, the lines of connectivity in that pattern that present themselves to you, that stand out in different ways at different times by the play of encoded light of different frequencies and vibrations. It carries information to all parts of your being, where they are most needed, where they are most required, and where they are most relevant. Allow yourselves to breathe deeply and easily in that atmosphere that immerses you, in which you are floating. A crystal clear liquid of encoded light that surrounds you. Thick, gentle, soft, allowing you to float freely and recall and remember that your personalities are also channeled beings, and that they change day by day, minute by minute, moment by moment. Many times you are channeling through, bringing through this personality construct to serve you, to guide you as a lens, a focusing mechanism, to allow you to experience this dream called physical reality, to allow you to swim freely in that sea, to explore and discover all that there is to discover about yourself from this point of view, in this context, in this light, this encoded light, for that is what you are. Your personality is quantized light, expressing itself, engaging with itself, communicating with itself, expressing itself, channeling itself through this window of your being. Allow yourselves to breathe and take it in deeply, gently, and make it your own. Allow yourself to feel this encoded light moving along all of the nerves in your body, swimming through all the veins. It is your lifeblood, this light. You are made of it. You are an expression of it. Allow yourself to harmonize. Allow your filter to calm. Allow the energy and information to come through unimpeded, purely, cleanly, crystal clear light, the essence of the unconditional love of existence itself. Breathe it in, breathe it in, breathe it in, and allow yourselves to feel free, to change, to be who you need to be, to express any aspect of this channeled personality that is most harmonious, most in line, most synchronized with the vibration of your essence, your truth, of all that is, your expression, your unique perspective and point of view of all that is. Be enlightened to yourself. Know yourself. Be yourself. Love yourself, for you deserve nothing less. To know the full support of all that is with you, each of you, for that is the magnificence of the holographic eternal structure of existence, is that 100% of it can support each of you. Float freely now in that assurance and that conviction and that confidence and awareness, and breathe it in, and breathe it in, and breathe it in. And in your life going forward, let it flow through you. Let it flow through every aspect of your being. Let it shine from every cell in your body. Let it shine through your eyes. Let it shine in your words. Let it shine from your heart. And be the vibration of compassion and understanding and love. For if you shine in that way, it will be reflected back to you. And you will know that you are cherished, and you will know that you are valued, and you will know who you truly are. Breathe it in and let it out. And do not be afraid. Breathe it in and let it out. And be in joy. Breathe it in and let it out. And be at peace. Crystallize this now as your reality, as the new you in a new moment of eternity, of all that is. Allow your music to soften. Allow your lights to dim. And just float freely, breathing easily, Allow yourselves to be cocooned, to be wrapped, to be immersed in this gentle power, this gentle love, this gentle being that is at once you and all that is. Breathe it in, breathe it in, and breathe it out. Our unconditional love to you all. Sweet dreams. Thank you all very, very much for being here tonight. We look forward to seeing you again. Please have a wonderful night. Thank you.